Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com, L-A-U-R-M-E-L, Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you in part by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over there and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code CoffeeInTow20. All right, trying to set up things here on sorry, just saw Ja. I'm trying to set up things here on TikTok. I just saw Ja. Okay, let me try this again. Accept. All right, Ja. You're up. Awesome. Let's get James. James, I forget you for work today. Now coming to know what is going on. Not sure why the people them don't want James up on the stage. All right, so let's go ahead and turn this down and let's check in with our guests, with our hosts. Rather, I said that wrong, with our hosts. All right, multitasking is, yeah. Anyway, RoSolo, wagwan. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father.
Hallelujah, indeed.
Happy Friday. Happy Friday, niece. Happy birthday blessings. Happy
birthday to you.
Yes. Happy birthday. Yes. So another year around the sun for her. Congratulations. But yes, Friday. It's Friday. That's all I can say right now. It's Friday. Thank you, Lord. I hope everyone is having a blessed day. How are you doing, Moments?
Me there on Friday. Me there, I feel good. I don't know what's going on though, because I don't know why it's in the 60s down here in sunny South Florida.
I don't even want to hear you complain right now. Right now, I'm in a sweatshirt and a hoodie. A sweatshirt and a hoodie, and I'm in the house. So I don't want to hear anything more.
You know what, Marlon, don't go away. I wanna, because I know you're in and out sleeping, but may I go do a test, because I sent James the invite. I'm gonna send Marlon an invite and see if Marlon is able to come up.
I use an error with James. I'm trying to tell you. Because right now, if you look at the screen, it gives you options to request to come on the stage. So he just can press one of the options to request to come on the stage. I think James trying to fool people. Maybe him can't come on.
No, I believe him. Okay, let's see. Is this Marlon? Is this Marlon coming through?
Yes.
Okay, that's Marlon coming through. Okay.
James, are you?
All right. Okay, but I remember yesterday, James, what's his name? Mr. President put in the comment that you'd probably need to check your permissions. Go back to the if you're on, I don't know if you're on Android or if you're on Apple. If you're on Apple, go to the app store and probably check your settings, or go into your settings on your phone and check and see if you gave permission for TikTok to have access to your mic and your camera. So double check that. Double check, double check, double check. Yeah. Rose says user error. Adesoji, I hope you got some rest.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon, because it's 9:05. How much that? 13?
Yeah, good afternoon.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to the birthday person. Hopefully, your time will be spent towards the saving of humanity. And yes, happy birthday once again. And to RoSolo, happy Friday. And to Javette, happy Friday yourself. Happy Fridays. And yeah, it's good. It's all good in the United Kingdom. It's all good.
So you sound tired. Thank you for the Black Friday blessing, Soja. You sound tired, brother. You sound tired.
Yeah, he still sounds tired.
Yes.
I pray you get some rest this weekend. All right, brother?
Hopefully. Yeah. Thank you.
By the way, RoSolo, I think Niece is up there with you, in the same state. I think you're both in the same state.
Niece, if you're here, please contact me immediately. Let's do something for your birthday. I need to get out. I'll use your birthday as an excuse, because I don't like peopling a lot. So I rather people with the people I know. Thanks, Niece.
Yeah.
Niece, you're not say yes or no. You enjoy that?
Yeah, she is. She's up there.
Oh.
Yeah. It's so funny. When I was in Jamaica the last time, myself and my mom, we were out. This gentleman comes up to me and he says, "You don't remember me?" And I'm looking the chat row, and I'm looking at him and I'm like, "No, I don't remember." And then he says, "I said, that thing said me and her dad just talked the day before, because we sat down beside each other and we were just talking." Listen, it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. So you guys are minutes away, Ro? Yeah.
We're in the same county.
Touch. You have to touch base. By the way, so who is laughing this morning? I don't know why I'm laughing. Who is laughing this morning? Who watching the news and see what happened yesterday? The same people the claim said them want take over FAA. Want for them people take over the FAA, because the FAA have fumbled the ball with the heap of plane crashes that we had ever since January such and such a date. I don't know what's the news and see what going. The same company will want take over FAA. They lost contact with their aircraft that was on a test run, and them really want to take over FAA, and we must trust that the skies will be safe when they only have one thing for monitor, and them couldn't monitor it. When I see it, wasn't it just last month or the month before where one of them things explode across the sky and left debris in the Caribbean? I'm dead with laugh. I was cracking up. And we are supposed to trust what a company name? What a company name?
Starlink? Is it Starlink? Or
Yeah.
Something like that?
Oh, you mean the what's it called? You mean the shuttle that they wanted to go and use that spread itself all over Florida? It was a festival of lights.
Listen, Ja. What we are gonna do with him?
Good morning, Adesoji. IT family.
What are we gonna do with them? The man wants to control FAA. He wants his staff, his Starlink people. What is my name? I don't even know the thing name. I'm just sick of it. But he want pretty much, you can't tell me what in my mind saying that when I go on, why what happened with all these aircraft. SpaceX, yes. Thank you, Adesoji.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple months ago, there was the beautiful explosion that happened. Unfortunately, it left debris in I forgot what Caribbean island. And no, yesterday, was it yesterday they had a launch? Yes, they had a Starship test flight that ended with another explosion. Bahamas. Bahamas is one place, but there's another island, Nice. I think it's Turks and Caicos, where they had debris there too. So now, go ahead, Adesoji.
Sorry, cut you. He also got into an argument with a scientist on X yesterday, and he asked the guy, "Oh, you're a scientist?" yeah. Everybody calls themselves a scientist. Well, the guy says, "I don't have to call myself a scientist because I know I'm a scientist." He said, so must then ask him, so what's your latest stuff that you did? So the guy said, well, I did electroconductivity.
Mm-hmm.
If you go look on Google it, my name comes up. Yaval Call, that's his name. And so the guy then say, oh, okay, just another scientist that nobody uses their invention. The guy then said, oh, but I thought you were very bright. Your cars, Tesla, uses my invention. And if you look under, if you look under patents, you pay patents to my company almost every month. What is it you're missing? Okay. So you're not as bright as you look. I say, ouch.
I tell you something, for me, like him, me revoke my patent from I would disallow him, right? No longer can you use my things. As a matter of fact, if I were him too, I wouldn't be so quick to advertise that I might use my things because we see what's going on with Tesla.
Well, the thing is, if he wants to pull it, then he will pull it. But make him pay for it.
And you know what? Let me not say you're right, because it could be very there's a strong possibility that his thing, whatever he created, is perfect. But when it got into the hands of those folks, everything went awry.
Yes, that's what I'm going to say. Just because you have use of something doesn't mean you know how to properly use it.
Yeah. Mm. But I don't know what's going on. It's madness. How do we, as a country, demand that I keep forgetting. SpaceX. See, that's something there. How do we as a people demand that they do not gain control of FAA, that we do not turn over the friendly skies to them? Because Lord knows we cannot take any disasters. When I think about where I live in South Florida, and that I go outside and I look up, and every minute there's a plane passing directly overhead, sometimes low enough I can't read the letters under the plane. Me must trust SpaceX to manage the friendly skies when them can't even handle the one thing what them have, the one little something what them lose connection with us.
If I know for a fact that the United States has some of the busiest skies in the world. You have at least, let me see, LAX, Atlanta. What's the one in Houston? Is it Houston?
Bush.
Yeah, that one. Then the one in Washington D.C., Dulles. So you have at least JFK. That's 5 airports. And some of the busiest airports in the world. If that guy gets control of it, I'm sorry to say, I won't be coming to that sky anytime soon. No. It's too much of a risk. No. Unfortunately. Sorry.
I don't think he wants. It's funny. For me, I think he wants control so he can use the technology to further his space adventures, not to actually run it properly.
And I think he just wants the money, the government contracts. He's a welfare baby.
Well, that too. That's a given with him. Anything he touch, he has to get paid for that.
He is a definition of a welfare baby. It's welfare funding that has made him filthy rich. Yeah.
I think we should use the words that they use. He's a capitalist. I think we should use those words.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting money. There's nothing wrong with it, in a sense. Actually, if you do it reasonably, of course. But if you do it to the point where basically you don't care if people drop out of the sky, or for you, oh, my bad, mistake. Nah, that's not how the world works. And so, unfortunately, if the guy does capture your markets, I have to say, we Brits will not be coming anywhere now that shows anytime soon.
Morning, Tasha. Morning, Auntie. Lord have mercy. Good morning. Good morning.
Alternatively, we'll be taking the plane to Jamaica and probably come by boat into the United States.
Keep slapping my head. I hurt it up before I had. Lord have mercy. All right, looks like okay. So I saw James pop up on the side, so I clicked on him. Let's see if we get in. So on let me read Auntie's comment on YouTube. Auntie said, "Just think this one man owns Tesla, which tells every place, which can tell everywhere you go. Starlink, which can locate anything and stream any info to you. Solar to control your home temperatures, and brain implants to control you. It is the desire to have control over everything and everyone. That is what I think the ultimate goal is. Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. Good morning once again to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Everyone here with me on YouTube Live and on TikTok Live. Don't forget to head on over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the Coffee in Tow. Yeah, subscribe to Coffee in Tow. Turn on your notification as well. All right, so and if you're here with us on TikTok, I already know what I need to do. Tap up the screen, make we blow it out the park today. Let's have a wonderful weekend. All right, first up, out of the Caribbean corner, let me go ahead and put up the slide on YouTube. All right, so first article out of Caribbean corner, British Virgin Islands Education Minister announces metal detectors at high school. I thought BVI was peaceful and everybody over there was well behaved. Come on now. Why? I don't need that. Wow. Why? All right, let's go ahead and get into the article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. British Virgin Islands Education Minister Shari De Castro revealed plans to introduce metal detectors at Elmore Stout High School as part of a broader initiative to enhance security at the school. Speaking at a press conference on Tuesday to mark the start of Education Month, De Castro stated that the Ministry of Education is in the process of acquiring metal detectors, with plans to have them in place within the year. She also noted that the ministry is evaluating the need for additional security personnel at the school. However, she emphasized that the need for stronger security at ESHS goes beyond metal detectors. Plans are underway to fortify the school's perimeter by completing the construction of a perimeter wall, which has already been put out to tender. This is aimed at preventing unauthorized access to the campus, including weapons and drugs. The challenge at ESHS goes beyond just metal detectors. We need to properly enclose the school, she explained. In addition to physical barriers, De Castro outlined plans to expand surveillance coverage by installing more security cameras around the school. But hold on there. She's noted too that there are blind spots where students have been engaging in inappropriate behavior. Could you please have a conversation with the His Majesty Adesoji, because I think you all still own the British Virgin Islands. What is going on with your people?
Well, I mean, we're talking about a school here. I mean, how difficult can a school be difficult to run? Why not call the students in, sit them in in the main hall or open space, and ask them, what's the problem? Just ask them, what's the problem?
Mhm.
That's it. Sometimes it's just that, what's the problem? And let the students tell you. And instead of all this, so what you're now doing is you're effectively building a prison. You're building a prison, perimeter walls with cameras. What else? Watchtowers, please. And then metal detectors. Come on, it's a school.
But Adesoji, I remember a couple years ago when Jaden Smith, that's the son of Will Smith, when he was much younger, he made a comment and people pushed back on him, and it was awful. He made a comment, and his comment was the schools are designed in such a way to prepare you for prison. Who did tell him to say so?
Yeah, well, that's a
But
fact.
he's absolutely right. He said nothing
That's a
wrong,
historical fact. It's a historical fact.
especially here in the States. You ever drive past some of the schools here in the States? What's the color of the schools? Most of them are what color on the outside? But the primary color is gray.
Prison gray.
Then go and drive by the prison. If you're going downtown Miami, you can't miss it. Huge. Yes, John. Prison gray. Have you seen the videos all over YouTube? When people have access to go in. There's one particular channel that I'm not subscribed to them, but I follow their videos a lot. They go in and try to rehabilitate them emotionally and mentally and so on. And when I see the hallways that they go through and even the doors, it's just like when I would go into the schools at my son's schools when they were in elementary, middle, and high. The same way them have them walk in a single file is the same way they do in the schools. The doors look the same. So was Jaden Smith right? Yes, he was. And you see, we have this tendency to jump down people's throats quickly, especially if they are people of means, right? So because, yes, he's from a family who has money, he's not supposed to highlight a concern or express his concern or shed light on a fact.
So is that just supply chain?
Yeah.
You're buying the cheapest supplies? Or is it really to make children feel a certain way?
Conditioning. It's conditioning, in my opinion. Think about it, Ja. Yes, even though we grew up in the Caribbean, right? Some of us grew up in the Caribbean or even in Africa, where there was more freedom in the schools. When it's break time and lunch time and after school, you run up and down, you play games, blah, blah, blah. Check some of the schools here. Even in the morning before classes start, you have a good run, right? A good run. But what them do? Them want you to sit down one place. Drive by some of these elementary schools. The children are not allowed to to burn their energy. They have to sit still.
So can I interject?
Yeah, man. Come in, niece. Come in.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
You are welcome.
So, in terms of the color of the building, I mean, I've participated in working in the hotel. We used to have these programs where we go to schools and paint them over like Labor Day projects.
Mhm.
So we did schools, we did infirmaries, that kind of thing. And I promise you, the color that is there, it's a nightmare when it's multiple colors, and choosing a color that the kids, they put their foot on the wall, they put their hands on the wall, they draw on the wall, that kind of thing. You want to have a color that is aesthetic, but also something that is minimal maintenance, right?
Mhm.
In terms of as you said, growing up in the Caribbean, the things that the disciplines that we were exposed to, of course, at the time we thought they were just like, diabolical, they were crazy. But at the end of the day, it groomed us to be the adults that we are. And what I do find is that, back then, we thought that it was cruel. And so we wanted to ensure that we did not inflict this on our kids. But in not inflicting that on our kids, we have a generation of kids that are just genuinely indisciplined. The grooming that we got, this generation did not get that. And this is 2 generations later. They did not get that grooming. And we see the indiscipline in everything. And even the way in which, I don't know what background or lovely president was exposed to, or a lovely billionaire who is shadowing him was exposed to, but you can see by their behavior that they never got that grooming. So God bless the African culture background that we have, where, listen, I went into a supermarket the other day, and in the Caribbean aisle, they're always wiping in there, right?
Mhm.
They're always wiping in the store. And the young lady was there, she was there blowing it, trying to get it to dry. And there was a line of persons waiting to go in the Caribbean line because we were instilled. You do not walk on your mother's wet floor. Yeah? And that is entrenched in us that we don't do it. There was a line waiting to go in that aisle. But then when you go in the other aisle, they're wiping and the persons are walking back and forth on the people on wet floor. No care for their safety and no compassion to the person who just clean, who wants the floor to look clean. So the discipline that they need to instill in school, they need to bring it back. They need to get them to line up. Because when you go to the bank, when you go to post office, when you go to the library, they're pushing past persons, elders, children, they're pushing past people to get ahead of the line with no consideration. Because they don't have the discipline, because they were not exposed to it. And look at our men. Look at our generation of men that are out there now, and how they treat women and how they treat family life. They were not exposed to the discipline of how many years ago. Because when you think back at your father, your grandfather, and how these men are behaving now, and I've said it to people, I said, listen, until you start acting responsible enough, like my grandparents and parents did, I'm not interested. So the color of a building, I think it has to do with maintenance. Does it have to be the same color as prison? No. No. There are other things out there that they can use, but I think it's a maintenance.
So you think it's a maintenance issue? It's
a maintenance issue. And as RoSolo had said, it could be a logistics issue. Okay, fine, we can buy 10,000 square footage of blocks. Let's use some in the schools and some in the prisons. Okay, fine, choose a different color.
Fair. I like that perspective. Thank you, niece. I like perspective. The taking it from the angle of the maintenance. And I understand, yes, we need discipline. I don't have a problem with the discipline part being put in force, so that when people get out into the greater society, they know how to conduct themselves. Don't have an issue with that. But let us talk about, why aren't children allowed to play at school freely? I find that here the quick fix is put them on medication.
Yeah, that
No, think about it. When we were going to school,
safety issue, because a safety and liability issue. Because the minute you over here, let me specify.
Yeah.
What I've seen in America is that the minute your child comes home with a nick or a cut or a bruise, they start thinking child abuse, and they're going to sue here and they sue there. Listen, we were in Jamaica without a helmet, without knee pads, without insurance, riding bicycle down a hill with no brakes, And you go home with boo-boos. Guess what? Yeah, man, you'll soon be all right.
You'll be all right.
Brush it off.
Them dress it with something, put on a band-aid, and you're gone again. I didn't think about the liability aspect. Thank you for raising that point. I never thought about it like that, because yes, everybody in this country is quick to sue for every single thing. Great point, niece. Thank you for shedding some light. But it is such a shame that children cannot just live. And I saw a post, or a couple of posts I have seen actually over the past few months, where people are saying, who remembers the days when they used to just go to the pipe outside them house, or you're outside, once you have breakfast, you're gonna, come back home until just make sure you reach home before the street light come on. Some people are saying, who remembers when there were no cell phones, of course. You just show up at people's house, or you pick up the phone and tell them, hey, I'm coming over. Of course, them they have the dial phone. You show them your young people that them are going to wonder what the heck that is. But back then, we were freer. We were able to live a full life. Now, our children are so controlled. I don't know.
Listen, the very first time my son came to the US, mind you, I did hear the stories that kids were getting kidnapped left, right, and center. And the first time I took him here, we were going into a Walmart, one of the very large ones. And of course, it's the first time he's traveling. So his aunts and his godparents gave him money and coins and said, hey, go have fun. So, and in Jamaica, where it is safer because they know you, it's a smaller community. It's a community thing to grow a child back then. When he came to the US, his mindset was the same. So I looked down on him with my sister-in-law, and I said, listen, you're going to stay by our side. We're going to go and get your toys first. And I laid it out to him. He was probably about 7 or 8. And by the time I look up to my sister-in-law and say, listen, this is what we're going to do. This is where we're going to go. We were planning, which way we're going to go. When I looked down, my son disappeared. I mean, like he just vanished, right? So of course I go into panic mode, because this is the first time he's coming to the US. So he does not know anything about Walmart. He was so young. When I got to the Walmart person to say, hey, can you call my son's name on the phone? He's wearing X color shirt, what have you. She goes, is that the other 4 that we've already done? I'm like, what? So of course I broke down and I started crying, because there were so many kids missing at that point in time, in the few minutes that we got into the store. So when you say why kids are cloaked up and why they don't free them up and let them do, run around the community, there's a lot of safety issues in America that may not exist in other locations. Mm-hmm. We have pedophiles here. We have people who are they're selling the kids. They're doing all kind of things as opposed to protecting them and securing them.
Right. Cultural differences.
Cultural differences.
Cultural differences. Yeah, you're right. Because
now versus then.
I'm thinking about when you're talking. I remember when we were children and we walked down because we grew up in the same neighborhood also, right? Folks, for those here listening. We on the hillside and this is down on the flat. And it's a road, you just come out and you walk straight down. When we used to walk down or when you come up, it's crazy. The freedom that we had growing up in the islands. Murder. And yeah, it's cultural differences. Definitely cultural differences. Definitely. But we just now I have a better understanding. I see things from a different perspective and I enjoy you sharing that with us. Hopefully we can one day, and I know Mr. President going to say stop with the utopianistic ideas, but I'll never let go of the hope that one day we can truly be free and people will care about people, especially children, because there was a time when children were protected. Women and children were protected. You dare not let anything happen to them. Hold on, let me check the chat on YouTube. Yeah, if I called my mom by her first name, her fingerprints would be on my lips. But that's not exactly. But the funny thing, no, I call my mother by her first name because for me it's like endearment, right? But yeah, wow, things and times have changed. All right, but it's a shame that you have to go to school in the British Virgin Islands, where you would think in the islands you don't need metal detectors. Well, it's a come in. What to do? Children, we have I have to encourage you all to think a little better, use a little more common sense. Parents, I'm going to put some responsibility on you as well. Many of you, I understand the constraints of life. I understand that many of us are juggling. Well, I don't know if people in the BVI work more than one job. I don't know, because usually island people only do one job. Usually one job. Now we are and we are having to figure things out, and we are facing challenges because of inflation, yada yada yada, and we have to make ends meet. And a lot of us get caught up working long hours or working odd hours. There was a time when typically work was from 8 o'clock in the morning and by 5, 6 o'clock, unless you were in the customer service industry, right? Monday to Friday for the most part, unless you have a business, you're open on a Saturday. But now everything is 24/7. And because of the 24/7 reality, scheduling has come into play. And you find that people have to take up jobs at odd hours. And what happened? Children are left at home. Unsupervised, many of them unsupervised. Go right ahead, niece.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking to somebody the other day, funny enough, that, back in the days, we grew up in a dual parent home. We had our mothers and we had our fathers. So the support network was there. Back then, only one person had to work. Yeah. So then there was always somebody home. And even if like the father or the mother is not there, a grandparent would step in. So then there was always that 2-parent factor. And going back to what I had said earlier, we grew up in a time where the community grew us. So if you know you're not going to be home, you go to your neighbor's house, and they were expecting you. That went through the door. That culture has long gone. The grandparents, of course, because kids started having kids, so the grandparents are now in their their bougie era. And
the hot girl and hot boy era.
They don't have no time to be looking after no grandkids. So that's second parent or grandparent, that feature that would have been there, it's not there. So then you're right in saying a lot of these kids are going home from school. They don't have any meals. They don't have a meal to go home to. They have nobody to help them with their homework, nobody to tell them and ensure that they do their homework, and that kind of now we can look at it as a luxury of how many years ago that we were back in school. Or kids that are now, or generation of kids that are here now, they don't have that luxury. And a lot of them are falling along the way. We used to call it barrel kids back in the days where, there's one parent and a barrel coming home every month. But it does not take away from the fact that it requires a parent, a mentor, an adult to groom a child.
True. Listen, and if you not have parents, and the beauty about being in the islands too, yes, if you not have the parents at home, if both parents are working, somebody have a help at them yard, you go to the person yard, but the help at there. And helper never play them time there. Helper come in like mother and grandmother. You're biting your fingernails. Hold on.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. President.
Yeah, so you see, the problem now is deeper than just the parenting and stuff. We have a whole different social construct.
Yes.
We went away from the extended family to the white picket fence. Me, my husband, our wife, the children, the car, and they live in a nice little corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the so-called dream, the American dream. And what we didn't understand was the intricacies of the extended family and the balance it created in the community. And remember also, extended family was not defined by blood. It was defined by the community itself.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was an uncle, everybody was an aunt, everybody looked out for everybody else. The concept of daycare was non-existent because whoever is available was heading the daycare for that day. And we looked out for one another. When you had something, I remember our parents and grandparents sending us to the neighbor to drop something, a pound of fish, some yams, some potatoes, whatever it is. So everybody carried everybody along. But when we pick up the me, myself, and I family structure, then we isolate. Everybody is in the same vicinity, but everybody is isolated. There is no sharing of resources. There is no looking out for each other. And the so-called independent kind of lifestyle has created what we're looking at today.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only now in hindsight, because they say hindsight is 20/20 vision, we can look back and say, why did we break? Why did we try to fix what wasn't broken?
Right.
And now we're trying to go back. But it's more difficult now. And I think that's the key.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the whole family structure.
Yeah.
And extended family don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. And as you're talking about the whole family structure, the village is what we call it, right? The village. Times have truly changed because unfortunately, Mr. President, people are not caring about other people's children the way they ought to. They're not protecting them the way they ought to. And on the flip side of that, we notice that a lot of parents don't want you talking to them children. How dare you?
It's not just children, though. People don't care about people anymore.
Facts.
People used to care about people much more. Right now, people don't care about people anymore. It's all about, the Joneses, who have a better car, who have a bigger house, and everybody to themselves. So we don't remember, like in the communities we grew up in, the community was bigger than the individuals making it up.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole was greater than the sum of the parts. And that don't exist anymore.
Not at all.
That is the missing element.
Hold on. It said live access is needed to join as a guest. What does that mean? Thank you, Mr. President. What does that mean, RoSolo? Live access is needed to join as a guest. Did any of you ever get that when you were trying to join?
No, I don't know.
I got that when I kept trying to join on my iPad and it wouldn't let me on my iPad. That's why I'm still on my phone today.
And that's why I asked James if him up on him iPad or him laptop, but him same phone him I use. It's saying live access is I don't know, James. I sent him a message saying he may need to uninstall and reinstall and see if that works. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if I tell you. Because I keep, hold on, let me see something. I don't know if it's something I need to do on my end. No, because I didn't do anything for you, Ja. You were eventually able to get in. What did you? Oh, because you moved to your
Maybe on my
phone. Because you moved to your
Yes,
phone.
I still don't have it working on my iPad yet. And it's still not linking my original TikTok to my iPad either. It keeps making new accounts.
James, if one of your daughters home, tap into them. Them can fix that quick and fast. We have to come to terms that we're at the age that a lot of the things.
I'm not claiming that. Stop
I'm
claiming.
claiming it.
I'm not gonna claim that.
We don't have no shame. Because I remember when I was young, my parents would ask me to do certain things. Now I'm at the age where certain things me have to ask my parents to handle this for me, my children rather, to handle this for me. And them look at me like, really? You didn't know this? You couldn't do this? And Mr. Take time, slow down. Slow down. So I'm at the age, Jack, and I'm not ashamed. As a matter of fact, you know something? I'm reveling in it. I'm also at the stage where very soon when I have to drive, go nowhere. I want to be driven because it's only one leaf. Well, them have them learners, them do them thing. But yeah, me want to retire. I want to be lazy.
So the university that I usually go to when I can't figure out things, right, says to go live as a guest on TikTok, you need to meet certain age, account, and app version requirements. You may also need to complete a live task or unlock full access.
No, that is if okay, for that part. No.
Your account must not be private. And you have to have the latest version of TikTok. So
James, did you upgrade? Did you do an update? Unsign this and please, so we know.
James, you're all up a show, man. We're trying to help you out. We're trying to help you out, man. Come on. If one of your children home,
and stop write all this other nonsense about this and that.
Yeah.
Did you update your app?
Morning, Sean. Morning.
Morning, Dr. Sharon.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, James, I don't know if I tell you. All right, we're going to keep it rolling. He said I just installed it. All right, I'm gonna figure it out with James on the back end. Let's keep it rolling. All right, so next up.
Do you have any restrictions in the settings for the live, like friends only or anything like that?
No. And I can tell you why, because you see, like how I have the grid, there are people that come into the space and automatically pop up on the grid. And then because I don't hit invite, they disappear and just end up in the audience, the regular viewing audience. So I have no restrictions. Your restrictions. Zero restrictions. Yeah, no restrictions. And I'm going into the studio. All right, so I'm going into the studio on the iPad and I'm gonna see, double check. But yeah, I don't have any restrictions. None whatsoever. None. James, figure your life up. Get one of the picnic them to start to talk for you. All right. Okay. Next up, we head on over to Dominica, where cops to receive 8% salary increase over 3 years. Article courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. The Police Welfare Association and government of Dominica have successfully reached an agreement granting police officers an 8% salary increase over the next 3 years, along with a risk allowance. Sergeant David Andrew, chairman of the Police Welfare Association, confirmed to local media the outcome of the negotiations, describing the discussions as constructive. The government has agreed to an 8% salary increase for officers over the triennium 2024 to 2027, with 3% in the first year, 2% in the second year, and 3% in the third year. Additionally, the government has agreed to provide a risk allowance to all officers, recognizing that police personnel, regardless of their duty location, face varying levels of risk. We have been advocating for risk coverage in previous negotiations, and we're pleased that it has now been included. All right, so officers over there in Dominica, things are on the up and up for you. All right. Next up, we hop on over to Grenada. No more paper forms for arriving passengers at MBIA. This article, courtesy of nowgrenada.com. As of March 6th, that was yesterday, passengers arriving in Grenada at the Maurice Bishop International Airport, MBIA, will no longer fill out paper immigration and customs forms. They will use electronic kiosks presented to Grenada by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS, and the European Union. Prime Minister Mitchell explained that the kiosks have advanced technology and are state of the art. The biometric functions and effective integration with the border management system and passport issuance systems allow for efficient assessment of passenger threats. He said the kiosk machines allow for the safe landing of passengers at a fraction of the traditional time, allowing these passengers to get on with their important business in Grenada sooner. The Prime Minister, who is also the Minister for National Security, said additionally, the kiosk machines will work simultaneously with the introduction of Grenada's online embarkation and disembarkation form, which will be launched soon. Hence, passengers arriving in Grenada will now have several efficient options for providing a declaration. Okay. Did you have anything to do with that, Mr. President? I wonder if Mr. President was the one that initiated that for them, because he is from Grenada. Hey Sean, morning.
Morning,
How you
family.
doing? How you doing? How you doing?
It's Friday.
It's Friday, yay! All right, next article. 90 Carrier Coup and Petite Martinique students receive their education care package laptops. This article, courtesy of nowgrenada.com. The education care packages, first presented to students on the 18th of September 2024, under the theme Investing in Our Future, is a post-Hurricane Beryl education sector response to support students from Carrier Coup and Petite Martinique. A representative number of these students received laptops in person during the ceremony at the ministry, and the remaining students collected theirs thereafter. So congratulations, folks. If we remember last year, the hurricane, they were severely impacted by the hurricane, and many of them experienced setback as when we talk about school and access to being able to continue the learning that is necessary. So we are so thankful and grateful that this has happened for them. Minister of Education, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, reminded the students that the only payback needed is their success. He said, I am happy to preside over this handover ceremony as Minister of Education, the investment and the support, and just to hear you say how appreciative you are of it makes me know that our efforts and the investment of our people and the government have not gone to waste. So the education care packages include financial support for the first month, $2,000 for accommodation, meals and transportation, $500 for uniforms, and $1,200 for textbooks. Starting from the second month, the payment continues as $2,000 monthly, as the cost for uniforms and textbooks were already covered by the initial payment. So congratulations, Minister of Education over there, for Petite Martinique and Carrier Coup, and students, we sincerely wish you all the best with your endeavors. Next up, time to go on over to the new hot girl on the block, Guyana. Guyana's tax agency to bring dispute resolution with Exxon over expenses. Over expenses, yeah. This article comes to us courtesy of Reuters via finance.yahoo.com. Guyana's Natural Resources Ministry has ordered the country's tax agency to begin a dispute resolution with ExxonMobil over the recovery of some $214 million in expenses registered by the U.S. oil major. Expenses reported by Exxon as part of its operations at the massive Stabroek offshore block are closely monitored because a consortium led by the U.S. major can take and export up to 75% of the crude it produces as cost oil, while Guyana's government is entitled to half of the remaining barrels. The government has followed mechanisms included in the contract to have the expenses audited by external consultancy firms and determine if they were correctly reported. The ministry's request follows the completion of an audit by US based consultancy IHS Markit covering expenses in the 1999 to 2017 period, which was reviewed by the government. Exxon did not immediately reply to a request for comment. We're still in Guyana for our next article, also courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Guyana on Thursday requested that the International Court of Justice, ICJ, order Venezuela to halt its plans to hold elections in the disputed Essequibo region, asserting that such a vote would violate a prior court ruling. The Guyanese Foreign Ministry made the request in response to Venezuela's plans to conduct provincial elections, including for state governors, on May 25. In 2023, the ICJ issued a ruling instructing Venezuela to refrain from any actions that would alter the status quo in the Essequibo region, while the court considers which country has sovereignty over the territory. However, Venezuela's government, led by President Nicolas Maduro, passed a law last year creating a new state within the disputed area, ignoring the ongoing legal proceedings. Guyana argues that holding elections in this region would flagrantly violate the 2023 ICJ order. In its statement, Guyana has urged the ICJ to prohibit Venezuela from moving forward with the elections, also requesting expedited hearings to prevent potential harm to its rights. The country warned that conducting elections in Essequibo could cause serious and irremediable prejudice to its claim over the territory. Well, listen. Good morning, welcome. Thank you for sharing the live. We appreciate everyone coming through on TikTok. Thank you so much. For those of you who are not fully aware, this is stemming from an issue, and we are always grateful to the United Kingdom for any confusion that they create in any country across the globe, right? So this is dating back to the 1800s or 1700s, where the Essequibo region, which I think makes up approximately 2/3 of Guyana, that region is being claimed by Venezuela. Venezuela says them territory. Now, as we know, wherever you can find natural resources, said natural resources stand to contribute to significant financial gain for certain entities. You're always going to find unrest. Now, recently, in more recent years, in the Stabroek block, a lot of oil is being found, right? And we are talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of oil. I'm sounding like our number 47 when I say that. Significant oil like we've never seen before. Yeah, found in the region. So Venezuela is like, hold on, let me clear my throat. Pump the brakes there. Don't be so quick to take advantage of the oil that you're finding there, because that region offshore, the Essequibo region, hello, it's ours. Now, they did take the matter to the International Court of Justice, but lately, I think Venezuela is poking the bear and they are overstepping, I think. And we want this to play out in the courts. We want this to be settled in the courts. We don't want to have any issues, right? So we sincerely hope that this matter will be resolved. I would say to the ICJ, please do not drag this out longer than necessary. All right. So the ICJ's final decision on the decades-long territorial dispute, they're saying, could take years to resolve, leaving both nations in a state of legal uncertainty over the fate of Essequibo, a region that comprises of more than 2/3 of Guyana's territory. I know a couple weeks ago, we had a conversation about it, and I said, for now, until everything is settled, whatever revenue is generated in the region, why we not split it? Split it. Split between the two countries. And if possible, both countries just work together going forward. We collaborate, we work as a team, we both stand to benefit.
That wouldn't happen, Wes.
Oh Lord. Okay.
That's almost impossible. Because it means, for instance, if the land belongs to Guyana, it means you're taking the sovereign wealth of Guyana and giving it to Venezuela. If the land belongs to Venezuela, then you're giving it to Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
And that dispute, if I'm not wrong, started since 1841,
Mm-hmm.
when the Venezuelan government accused the British of giving them time, I think it was British Guyana,
Mm-hmm.
taking the Venezuelan land and giving it to British Guyana. And that dispute has been ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
I think what really heightens it recently is the number of oil that is found in the region.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the US is behind the Guyanese part of the project. I think at one point in time, the US was supporting the Venezuelans, accusing the British of the theft of the land and allocating it to then British Guyana. I think the British West Indian Company had something to do with it. I'm subject to correction here.
Mm-hmm.
But now the US would be on the opposite side of the fence because the oil giants, US oil giants, are now the benefactor of the wealth of the Guyana. But I think it's something that the court should really put some precedent on and get it resolved.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Venezuela is doing these things is not just necessarily because they want war with Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's to provoke awareness and bring international awareness to put some priority on the case to prevent an escalation. Because that case has been going on since Adam was a lad. So by Venezuela doing the things that they're doing, I think it brings international scrutiny into the dispute, and maybe a resolution will be found quicker. But I don't think Venezuela wants to go to war with Guyana in any case.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But I think originally the land was in the Venezuelan territory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm subject to correction on that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it come across.
Okay.
And yes, Guyana has been occupying it for a long time, but I don't know how, land changed hand during the colonial times and all the different things. So you'll have to see. But it's something that should take precedent in the court so that it does not escalate into anything further.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective on that. In my fairy tale world. Thank you, Ja. Thank you. I appreciate you for doing that, Ja. Although people are subject to their people are subject to their own opinions, and they, everybody is free to support who they choose to support. I'm not going to tell someone that them can't support who them want support. Not at all. I'm free to support who them want support on the outside. All right, let me behave myself. Okay, so let's keep it moving. Alexia, are you that right? Tomorrow thing? Me no know. And I knew it was you because of it. Me no know. You're good, Alexia?
Yes, I'm good.
You're good. You're fantastic. Happy Friday. Welcome, welcome.
Happy Friday to everybody.
So hold on there. Alexia, make it. So what happened to James? Just say something really wrong with James.
Listen, James in a war mode right now. Every Canadian in a war mode right now. So see with James. With James, Make we send James some sustenance because look here, the time is coming, people don't have to go choose side. You have to go choose. The Bible says you cannot stay on the fence. Listen, me a choose. Hey, me no ask no one question. Come here, come down, pick So, moment, me send one barrel come off foreign. Yo. Everybody when they're foreign, want.
Yeah, totally. Can you put some saltfish, banana,
eggs.
Yes, eggs.
Do me
a favor. I'm gonna tell you where to go and get the eggs. Just go up to Brownstone, go up to Julian's Egg Farm, and tell them to give you a couple. Give a case of eggs, and but you have to pack them good so them not break. So eggs, because when they come here. Yeah, when them come, we ship them out to we have to send eggs to Texas, we have to send eggs to Georgia, we have to send eggs to New York, we have to send eggs up to Maryland.
I can't believe when my mother told me that she spent, was it $12 or $15 for a dozen eggs? So what you say?
She not lying.
I use $10 and buy one flat of egg. We change. Let me not understand that. I want to sell. No sell cup. If you don't need anything else, just message me and I'll pack your barrel. Who knows you could have seen there where Jamaicans have to go send barrel go foreign? What sure?
Saltfish, because saltfish up here is $14.99 a pound. So put that in the barrel too.
Moments, yeah, shop where rich people shop.
No, I'm not. The cheapest I find it for, and it's every now and again, it's $10.99 a pound. I'm not lying. What else we need? We need some browning. We need corned beef up here. The tin of corned beef up here is $4.99, and I'm sure that's gonna go up.
We need some bush because we got to have bush tea because we have to build our immunity. We need some natural bush to build our immunity. All right. No worries, Mr. Cersei. I grew up online. For me, I'm moringa. I'm going to send on some fever grass. Same thing when you call lemongrass. I have that in my backyard. All right. So anything else, you just message me because I'm sending the barrel. I don't know what clear it and I need to tell me.
No more about that. We figure that out. We're not crazy. Right. We're not going to ask you to send the money to clear the barrel. We'll handle that up.
Yes, we got that. Listen, me can't have no up there at a disadvantage. Uno belongs to me. Uno is my people them, and I have to take care of uno. So send the list, all right? We appreciate that. Right. My mic can spare Aki, but I didn't want to know get what is still good. No worry yourself. The cheap out. You understand? You don't want a couple things of dirty girl?
No, we don't eat dirty girl.
Yeah. Moments. The time is coming.
What's that?
Okay, so Dirty Gal is tinned mackerel.
Right. That's still inexpensive.
And then you see the little one them, the one shot them, you call that flash out. That's for one.
Sardines, the sardine.
So you want sardine too?
No, all of that is still good here. We still
All
good.
right. So no send me this because we need to so no. All right. You understand me? We can't have no up there and them a little something and them a disadvantage. You understand me?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the day would come when Jamaicans are going to have to pack a barrel and send to us in the States because they recognize the economical hardship? But I will say this. He has staved off. And let me tell you something. It's a big joke. We are truly a yo-yo country right now, right? Because hold on, let me play this real quick.
Yes.
President Trump has just signed 2 executive orders officially backing down from his 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico. But this move may not be enough to save more than 1 million Americans from increased electricity bills. I know there's so much going on with this, so much back and forth. But just a few moments ago, President Trump signed 2 executive orders putting a pause on the 25% tariffs he imposed on Tuesday of this week on goods coming into the United States from Mexico and Canada. He now says as long as those products comply with the USMCA, they will not be slapped with those tariffs. The USMCA, by the way, is the trade deal that President Trump himself negotiated with Canada and Mexico during his first term. And that's the deal that's been in place for North American trade since 2020. The White House says Trump's reciprocal tariffs will still go into effect on April 2nd, and the steel and aluminum tariffs are still on track for next week, too. So you're probably thinking, what the hell is going on? Well, here's what we know. This is now the second time President Trump has backed down from his tariff threats on Canada and Mexico. He delayed them last month as well. Coincidentally, he made last-minute deals with Canada and Mexico last month to pause the tariffs after the stock market tanked. Well, the fact is, on Monday of this week, the day before the 25% tariffs were supposed to take effect again, U.S. stock market tanked. On Tuesday, the day they took effect, stocks tanked. Yesterday, when President Trump said U.S. automakers would get an exemption from the tariffs, stocks rebounded. Today, the market ended the day down more than 400 points, almost wiping out all of yesterday's gains. At one point, the market was down much more than 400 points. While we know President Trump closely monitors the stock market, when he was asked about it today, he denied that he's delaying these tariffs because of what's happening with the market.
Basically, you have globalist companies that have been ripping us off that won't be able to rip us off any longer. I think that's what the big charges.
Have you been influenced, some of these exemptions that have been announced and some of these temporary delays, have you been influenced in those decisions because of the market reaction?
Well, there are no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here.
But backing off the 25% tariffs now doesn't seem to be good enough for the Canadians. Before President Trump backed down this afternoon, the Premier of Ontario, Canada, announced starting on Monday, he will charge an extra 25% for the electricity Ontario provides to several states in this country. In case you didn't know, Ontario provides power to about 1.5 million homes and businesses in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. That means if you live in one of those homes or have one of those businesses, your bills will be going up by at least 25% starting Monday. The Ontario Premier says he's imposing those rate hikes even if Trump backs down. Well, we'll have to see now if he changes his mind, but it sure doesn't seem like he will. Trump again today acknowledged that these tariffs are going to cost you.
But this is something that we have to do. There'll always be a little short-term interruption. I don't think it's going to be big. That's one for Canada, one for Mexico.
Yes.
So hold on there. And people here, his followers, have they heard what he said? That we are going to feel it. Will they believe us? No. That is we, the consumers, going to feel it and not the country.
But in the same sentence, he said we won't. So which one is it?
We will.
Come on now. That double talk is ridiculous.
John,
how you going to make a deal? You made a deal. When? In 20, whenever. And then all of a sudden, we now in 2025, and you want to backtrack on a deal. What happened between those years? that made you want to backtrack and say, I don't like that deal anymore? And then from Tuesday to Friday, how many days is that? Now you're going to backtrack again? I told you, this man just opens his mouth and just say stuff and he don't think. He doesn't go to whomever is supposed to be on his side, speaking to him and telling him things. He just opens his mouth and just spews fake news. I like using his term, fake news. I yield.
But Joe, we knew that. We knew that. The man does not read the cue cards. You know this. From the time with COVID and the bleach. From COVID and the bleach, you know this. We know this. We know
his people. His people don't seem to know that. His people don't seem to see that, hear that, think that.
You know, so team staff have high blood pressure from COVID time. Because every time a man go in and they say, all right, this time I go say, well, we did rehearse for last week. We are rehearsing. You don't do it. They have high blood pressure. They ain't up hospital. Yeah, you know this.
The frackernackle is real.
I mean, when it's a good upscotch player.
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, let's just look at who he's got around him in his ear. And he's not even listening to them, like you say. He just talks. That's it. He don't think. He just says whatever comes to mind, and doesn't think that it has consequences. I yield.
What consequences? Me say what me want say. Me do what me want do. Today I wake up, and if I just go with whatever. At this point, listen, here's the thing. We have to acknowledge the fact that we are living in a time when we have absolutely zero control over anything. You know what we can control? Us. You know what we can control? How we react and how we respond, right? It no make no sense. We take it and put it on our heads and be dragged into the confusion. We watch the news, we listen to the commentary, and we keep it moving, right? We have to focus on us and how we are going to navigate and move forward, right? We're not going to get ourselves sucked into the drama of it all. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
So we express the stories and don't even comment, just move on.
I'm not saying don't comment, but what we don't want to do is belabor, because you know what? That's exactly what we're doing, is feeding into the very system that they have created. A person who likes attention will do anything, Ja, to have all eyes on them. And
You're so right.
Yeah, and if for 1 minute you take your eyes off of them, it affects their ego or whatever it is, whatever psychological thing they have going on. So they want to remain relevant. Now, the relevance that they have is us. That is where we come in. Are we going to give it to them, or are we going to ignore them and just continue to do what we have to do? We are aware enough, but we're not going to feed into it. Because I don't want it to be a situation where we have spent 4 hours to talk about this person because of their intentional actions. We'll keep it moving. We acknowledge what them do, and we keep it moving.
This is why we need to stop giving him airtime to begin with, because exactly what you just said is that, you know, it's a 24-hour news cycle with him, literally. And the moment we stop giving him airtime, the moment we can focus on other things that's more concerning for us.
There you go. That's it. And we keep it moving. All right. Let's go ahead to, so we just finished this article. Ghana asks the ICJ to block Venezuela's elections in disputed Essequibo region. Y'all need to figure it out, fix it, and get on with it. Next article: JetBlue extends suspension of flights to Haiti amid ongoing civil unrest. And I just realized I need to pin something here on YouTube Live. My apologies, folks. My apologies. Okay, let's keep it moving. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, JetBlue Airways announced on Wednesday that it is extending its suspension of flights to Haiti's Toussaint Louverture Airport in the international airport, rather, in Port-au-Prince until at least June 11, 2025. This extension comes as a result of the continuing civil unrest in the country. And of course, this civil unrest has severely impacted safety in the region. The airline, which operates the only direct flights between Haiti and both South Florida and New York, had initially suspended its flights through April 30, 2025. A JetBlue spokesperson said their top priority remains the safety and well-being of their customers and crew members. And due to the ongoing civil unrest in Haiti, they have made the decision to suspend all flights to and from the country until June 2025. And they're saying that they will continue to monitor the situation closely and update our plans as necessary. But what is interesting is that I have another article, also courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Haiti just opened its third international airport in Les Keys. So fly the sudden JetBlue. Go the sudden. Haiti has officially opened its third international airport, Antoine Simon Airport, in the southwestern city of Les Keys, offering a secure alternative to the violence-plagued capital, Port-au-Prince. A newly upgraded facility now joins Toussaint Louverture Airport in Port-au-Prince and Cap-Haïtien Airport in the north, enhancing both international connectivity and domestic travel options. The launch was led by Leslie Voltaire, head of the Transitional Presidential Council, who emphasized the airport's potential to drive economic growth in the southern department. This is a significant step forward in decentralizing development and improving access to international markets. The renovation project included extending the runway and upgrading facilities to meet international standards, equipping the airport with essential services such as immigration and customs. The new terminal is expected to ease travel within Haiti, particularly amid frequent roadblocks set up by armed gangs that have disrupted ground transportation across the country. The opening of the Antoine Simon Airport comes at a crucial time for Haiti's aviation sector. In November 2023, escalating violence forced the closure of Toussaint Louverture Airport after armed gangs attacked the facility, causing a Spirit Airlines flight to divert to the Dominican Republic. The new airport aims to restore stability to the country's aviation network and strengthen Haiti's global connections.
Moments.
Yeah.
If the gangs were able to take over the old airport, what stops them from taking over this airport? What stops them from putting roadblocks up? How are they going to secure the people that are going to land there if they couldn't do it at the other airport? It's not making sense to me. I feel they're wasting money. I'm sorry, Mr. President, go ahead.
Just to add to what you're saying, doesn't the gang control 80% of Port-au-Prince, which is your capital? So you can't get them out of 80% of the capital, but you can build a new airport. What is being flown out of this airport? Something here,
not
adding grandmother, something in the motor besides a pistol. That's suspect. And you want to say, oh, air travel. They control 80% of the city. How hard do you think it will be for them to go and disrupt that airport?
Do they control 80% of the city, though? That's the question.
That's what they say.
That's what them say, but not go so. Clearly not go so. Because if they, hold on a second, if they control 80% of the city, it is quite evident that a lot of the material, or some of the material that come in, right, that's needed in this new renovated airport, had to come through one of the other airports and was allowed to come in and be transported to this new airport.
Maybe it came in by ship.
But them control the port too. Or una start take people for idiot now. Una really and then JetBlue, so you can't land in Port-au-Prince at the Toussaint Louverture. Well, now you have an option. Head on over to this new one.
I can understand with JetBlue, because JetBlue focus have to be strictly on safety. So you could understand they don't want to take the risk as a company to go in there. That's understandable.
Right.
But the other airport who control the city and all the other stuff, remember the shipment of guns that was found in the area yesterday that was coming from Miami? When you put everything together, it's not adding up. The math's not matching.
It's not. 1 on 1 now make 2, yes, at all. The airport, that airport is to fly out minerals, James is saying. Something not right, James. Something not right with it. I don't know what it is, but that story not making sense at all. Hold on a second. Not making sense at all. Not at all. Not hold on. 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Confirm something popped up here. Let me just. Okay. Yeah, that no make no sense. Because if these gangs are so powerful, they're overtaking, overrunning, controlling everything. Did they give permission for these people to renovate it, or is them do the renovation? And the next question, Mr. President, hold on there now. Next question. Who is working? Hey, DJ, little bit. Who is working with the gang them? So that there's no hindrance, there's no interference.
But didn't you say in the same article that same airport was overrun by gangs? That's why it was closed or something like that?
All right. So yes, it's
no, I'm just trying to make sure.
Hold on,
Didn't they say in the article something like that?
So Haiti has officially opened its third international airport in the southwest, offering a secure alternative to the violence plague. Okay, the newly upgraded facility now joins Toussaint in Port-au-Prince and Cape Haitian in the north, enhancing both okay, keep going. The launch was led by blah 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 blah. This is a significant step toward decentralizing development and improving access to the international market. The renovation project includes extending the runway, upgrading facilities, blah blah blah. The new terminal is expected to ease travel within Haiti. Okay, keep it moving. A crucial time for Haiti's. In November 2023, escalating violence forced the closure of Toussaint Louverture Airport after armed gangs attacked the facility, causing a Spirit Airlines, blah, blah, blah. The new airport is aimed to restore stability to the country's aviation network and strengthen Haiti's global connections. By expanding its air travel infrastructure, the Haitian government hopes to mitigate the impact of the ongoing security crisis in Port-au-Prince and provide safer travel alternatives for residents and international visitors alike. That's all we have. That's what we have, Mr. President. That's what we're working.
No, it was mistaken. I guess it was the one in the city they were talking about. Toussaint Louverture.
Okay. But something isn't adding up here. Something isn't making sense. There is something that I think we know, and them think we don't know, and them think we're not paying attention. And so them, you have to be careful. Be consistent. When you tell lie, be consistent when you tell lie. Yeah, your parents ever catch you when you tell lie yet? When you're young and you think you can outsmart your parents, and then them just flip by you and you're like, oops, or them wait couple weeks, couple days, and then them come back with something and you totally forget the lie you told them and blow your cover. Yeah. Okay. There are cracks in the walls, folks. That's all we're going to say as it relates to Haiti. Next up, we head on over to SVG. SVG PM slams ECCB governors 22 million, and that is 22 million EC dollars. Whoa, them Manchan project, what you say? This article, courtesy of Caribbean.lootnews.com. This is your Alan James. Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves has condemned the construction of a lavish official residence for the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the ECB. The mansion, which is set to cost EC $22 million, has sparked outrage after it was revealed by Finance Minister Camilo Gonsalves to Prime Minister Gonsalves in his capacity as a member of the Monetary Council of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. This act of excessive spending is an outrage, Prime Minister Gonsalves wrote in a letter addressed to the chairman of the ECCU Monetary Council, who is Antigua's Prime Minister, Gaston Brown. Gonsalves criticized the lack of transparency regarding the project, highlighting the failure of oversight mechanisms by the ECC board, its board of directors, and the Monetary Council. Gonsalves said it's an absolute scandal, further emphasizing that the internal review processes had self-evidently been below acceptable or prudent standards. He placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of the governor, accusing him of an appalling lack of judgment and a pursuit of apparent vainglory. Most notably, Gonsalves expressed his disbelief at the scale of the project, which involves constructing a 10,000 square foot mansion. A site he described as veritable palace proportions. What are they? I want to go over there. Would I have enough space over there? Because St. Vincent and the Grenadines is kind of small. Would I have enough space over there for a 10,000 square foot mansion for the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank? How much people are going to live in the mansion with him over there? Why does he need a mansion of that size? Why him can't live in a 5-bedroom house? What's going on? I agree with you, Prime Minister Ralph. I agree with you. This seems, you see, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Hold on a second. Let me pull them up on Google because...
Should I come in here?
Yes, come right on in.
That's a red herring.
What that mean?
Ralph I came across the letter, but I didn't know if it was public, so couldn't comment on it. Ralph is using that to skave off because he have an election coming up, and he's trying probably to take out attention from himself. Right? Okay. Yes, it's outlandish and it's a big project. Your son sits on the finance committee of
Chairman Comer.
Sorry, hold on, let me close that out. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Because Camilo, I think, is his son, and he sits somewhere on the finance committee, or I can't remember the name for the committee, right? Of the ECCB. And you're telling me that in the letter it stated also that the project is too far gone to stop. And you tell me Ralph Gonsalves just come across that information? Tell me.
Could it be that he knew, Mr. President, but nobody paid him any attention?
This is the ECCB. So you're a signatory country. You're part of the OECS. Such a project has to go through certain approval. And yes, it might be distasteful that they're spending that kind of money, but that kind of decision did not come from the governor alone. It had to be signed off on. So they knew about it. So to pretend like you just wake up and your son told you this morning and you're so, oh my God, this is outrageous, is ludicrous, and it's insulting our intelligence. I love Ralph, but this one, no, I'm not buying it. They're all in on it. They knew what was going on. They did not say anything, but he's thinking that some way he could use for political mileage or to fend off some attention from himself in the upcoming election, it is ridiculous. Sorry, Ralph. No.
Gonsalves, you hear that? But I tell you something, you're not being unreasonable at all, Mr. President. It would make sense that you must have known about this. So just a little inside, folks. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank is a supranational central bank that serves Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, and of course, those are all members of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, all right? And they use the ECCB issued Eastern Caribbean dollar as their currency. 3 other OECS members, the British Virgin Islands, Guadeloupe, and Martinique, use other currencies. Now, the bank's governor, the bank ownership is 100% state owned, which means it's owned by all those countries, right? Mr. President, and they're
Yes.
okay.
Yes, it's owned by the country.
Okay.
And the bank has been relatively good, run properly. So I don't understand how Ralph could say he don't know that.
Yeah, that not makes sense. That not makes sense. The governor is Timothy Antoine. You would, because I'm sure you have a council. They have a council over there that or what we call in Jamaica town planning with the parish council, where you have to submit
in the same article,
the blueprints.
Not in the same article. They say his son sits on one of the committees.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So a project that big has to be approved.
Yeah.
And it has to be approved. All member states have to know about it.
Yeah.
And it might come across as a resident, but the governor is a smart guy. He has been doing some good stuff. I can see him single-handedly, even with the support of just a small section of the board or whatever, approving such a lavish project.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So it's something else that Ralph is not telling us. That is what I'm telling you. To me, it's a red herring.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. And then the other question is nobody. So based on the fact that all these islands are a part of the ECCB, is it then, Mr. President, all the others are okay with it? They're comfortable with him living in a 10,000 square foot mansion. Granted, I believe the mansion belongs to the state, right? Meaning it's not the governor's. When his time done, when him done in tenure at the bank, he has to move out. I'm going to hope, right, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's his personal house.
Right.
It's whoever is president would be in there. The thing is, you have to ask yourself, is this just a house? What else is in the facility? What else does it encompass?
Yeah.
How was it approved? What does it offer to the public or anybody else? So the number seems ridiculous. And if it's just a house, it's crazy. It's outlandish.
Yeah.
And I don't see how sensible minds could do something in this climate like that. But it has happened before, so let's not put it aside. But I'm saying every member state has to be aware of such a large expenditure. So he writing as though he is so appalled, to me makes no sense, especially somebody like Ralph, who is so vocal and so an integral part of the OECS.
Mm-hmm.
He must be informed. And his son is on the inside. So that's what I'm telling you. That's a political campaign speech.
All right. We're still in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I have been eyeing this piece of this island, this key, whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it a key, if you want to call it an island, them call it an island. Me call it a key because it's smart. I've been eyeing this for a long time, Mr. President, and we unfortunately, because we didn't come up with the money for Utopia, and we lost out. So According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines announced on Thursday that Balisu Island has officially become a part of the nation's patrimony. Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves revealed the move to lawmakers, emphasizing the cultural and historical significance of the island. The acquisition finalized as of Wednesday. The acquisition finalized as of Wednesday was made under the Land Acquisition Act, allowing the Governor General to declare land for public use. In this case, the land on Balisu will be preserved as a cultural and historic memorial site. According to Gonsalves, the Governor General, acting on the advice of the Cabinet, has declared that the approximately 323-acre island located in the Grenadines will be vested in the Crown. This includes all rights to the land, water, and associated privileges. The lands will be vested absolutely in the Crown, and this declaration secures Balisu as part of our national patrimony. This acquisition will ensure that the island is preserved for future generations as a symbol of our history. So the island holds deep historical importance to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, particularly due to its role in the tragic history of the Garifuna and Kalinago peoples. In 1795, over 2,000 Garifuna and Kalinago were exiled to the island by the British, where many perished due to harsh conditions. This event, known as the Balisu massacre, is a key part of the region's colonial history and has long been a site of cultural memory for the Garifuna people. The acquisition of the land is part of the government's broader efforts to preserve and honor its cultural heritage. Gonsalves had rather previously pledged in March 2024 that his government would acquire the island in recognition of its historical significance. The island is situated about 5 miles off the southern coast of St. Vincent in the Caribbean Sea and is largely uninhabited today. Its rugged terrain, combined with its historical backdrop, makes it a site of both historical and symbolic importance, further emphasizing the government's dedication to preserving such significant locations within the nation's patrimony. Interesting. Interesting history. Beautiful piece of island. I didn't know it was that big. Never know it's so big at all. 300 and something acres. But I've had my eye on it for a while. I was like, this piece of island pretty. Very pretty. It looks like the top of a mountain, right? And it has other little dots around it that, you can probably tether a boat to because it's just 5 miles from mainland. Go ahead, Mr. President.
I just bashed Ralph. I want to comment for that. The fact that the California history,
yeah,
that's good. And if they're going to preserve some of that, I think it's a good move.
Yes.
It'll come in good for tourism and other stuff too.
Yes.
But yeah, that's a good move, from my opinion.
Yes.
So I call it how I see it.
You say you beat him with the right and you celebrate him with the left. So a little bit more about the Garifuna people. For those of you listening on YouTube, on internet radio, as well as right here on TikTok, the Garifuna are an Afro-Indigenous people who originated on the Caribbean island of St. Vincent. They are descended from African slaves who escaped to the island and intermarried with the indigenous Kalinago people. The Garifuna are also known as the Black Caribs. Around 1675, African survivors of a shipwreck on St. Vincent found refuge with the Kalinago people. The Garifuna developed an independent culture that resisted European colonization for over a century. In 1796, the British defeated the Garifuna and exiled them to the Honduras Bay Islands. Today, Garifuna communities live in Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Belize, and the United States. Small Garifuna communities still live on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Garifuna language is an Arawakan language. The Garifuna adopted many aspects of the Kalinago culture, including the cultivation of cassava. The Garifuna are known for their music, dance, and handicrafts. All right, so yay! A little bit about them, of course. Um, so a little history there, history lesson. Yeah. All right, so Gonsalves, you are in good graces now with Mr. President for now. But I needed to apologize to Mr. President as it relates to the ECCB mansion. See? Oh Lord! All right, so let us keep it moving. Our next article comes to us courtesy of newsbreak.com, and now it is time for us to go down into the islands. Our lifestyle, travel, and features segment, and of course, it's in the Caribbean. All right, so these the seven best Caribbean islands, according to newsbreak.com. In the Caribbean, paradise comes in a bewildering number of guises, with 31 islands and territories scattered across a region containing 7,000 islands in total. Listen, we could be traveling here and never have to leave the Caribbean. No, 7,000 islands in total, folks. To help guide would-be visitors toward the most captivating destinations in the Caribbean and save them hours, possibly days of research, which travel polled 647. I'm transposing my figures there, sorry. Which travel polled 647 people who've been there and asked them for their favorite spots. The result is a ranking of the 7 best islands, plus one island named as the top under the radar gem, which travel says Caribbean sunshine lights everything up in Technicolor, from the bold local markets and beach bars to the shining carnival costumes and the darting shoals of fish swimming through its reefs. Here, everything feels as bright as a glass of freshly made rum punch and as hot as a Scotch bonnet pepper. So let's get into this. Best for foodies and top overall, Grenada, customer score, 82%. Hold on. I have to go back and pull up the video that Adam what did? Stewart almost said Adam Sandler, that Adam Stewart did. So
don't hate.
I thought it was Curacao for food. I don't know where Grenada come from. We don't know Isle Dong. By the way, I saw a video, Mr. President. Let me tell you something. These things do listen to us, you know. They really listen to us because remember the day when we were talking about oil dung. And when I got off, it was on my FYP. A lot of videos about oil dung just kept coming at me, Mr. President. Man, you go some things, you know. Man, you working a little magic for the things. But yeah, foodies. If you like food, you love food, the overall place to go, them say, the customer score, 82%. Me need to say what them use for measure. Me want to see the measuring stick. How Grenada can come up the sun. Now Jamaica for that. Let me behave myself. All right. Next up. So, by the way, despite its small size, let me say this: Grenada packs a punch, which, according to which travel, noting that it was rated the best Caribbean island overall. So, not St. Vincent and the Grenadines, according to Adam Stewart. Adam, we need to have a conversation because your poll not matching up with this poll, you know. And you know, a certain individual in our space, Adam, said the reason why you went with your picks is because you promote sandals. That person. The Consumer magazine says it is known as the Spice Island due to the nutmeg, clove, cinnamon, and ginger that thrive in its tropical soils with flavors such as, sorry, I had to turn off the iPad. Too many notifications coming up, distracting me. With flavors such as these flourishing. It's no surprise that Grenada has developed a name as one of the region's great food destinations. All right. Best for beaches, Lord of mercy. Oh no, beat Jamaica bad. Best for beaches. Wave your flag high, Ja. Antigua and Barbuda.
And Barbuda, I already know.
50%.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We got 365 of those. Here you go back to your favorite. Yes, and yes. Thank you.
Mercy.
Dr.
Forget
Sharon,
that's where you come from. That's
you.
forget that's where you come from.
I did not know that either.
You didn't know? Yeah, man.
No.
She's from A and B, and I totally forgot. Lord of mercy.
Banana bread.
Oh, jeez, boy.
Not 365. 365.
Lord, I can't manage it. I can't manage it. Lord, here come the what you call it, the regional wars.
What did they?
All right, so yes, best for beaches, Antigua and Barbuda, and it's not new. It has been said for many years that they do have the best beaches. I'm not going to argue about that. The islands of Antigua and Barbuda claim to offer a different beach for every day of the year.
Every day. And one day before I leave this earth, I want to make sure that 1 year that I can see all 365 of them.
So you just stay there for the year, right?
Just for the year. Just for the year.
I don't blame you. All right, next up. By the way, they're also saying that the satellite island of Barbuda is more than worth a day trip. It is a 15-minute hop away by light aircraft and is a particularly great spot for bird watchers. All right, so yeah, let's keep it moving. Best for culture. So hold on, I think Adam said Jamaica. No, man, Adam. Somebody tag Adam there for me because we really have to have a conversation with Adam because Adam, it is saying here best for culture is not Jamaica, but Barbados overall at 76%. 76%. We have any Bajans in the United States? Okay, we don't have any Bajans to come show off, are we? No Bajans in the space showing off on us. All right, so Barbados is blessed with picture perfect beaches and beautifully preserved historic architecture, as according to UNESCO, can be gazed upon its capital, Bridgetown. It adds, holidays aren't made on pretty buildings alone, and Barbados's intangible heritage is one you'll enjoy on the plate and in a cocktail glass. No visit should be considered complete without a trip to the beachside village of Oistins, home to an enormous fish fry every Friday and Saturday. Wash it all down with regional specialties from a local rum shop. As the first place in the Caribbean where sugar was grown, Barbados claims to be the spiritual home of the drink. Interesting. Jamaica will always win the popularity contest. No, you ain't lying because a lot of people think every island is Jamaica. If them talk to anybody from the Caribbean, no matter what island or mainland country, and when I say mainland country, I'm talking about Guyana, Suriname, Belize, them think you're Jamaica. No.
Welcome, because I get that question every day.
Don't hate Dr. Sharon. Don't hate.
Jamaica? No. Well, you sound like a Jamaican. I'm like, yeah, we have a close accent to Jamaican, but so many other places in the Caribbean besides Jamaica.
I can see you in your feelings about it. But it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. You know. Yeah, I get it. I feel it. Can you imagine waking up and not being Jamaican? Not at all. Are you? No, who goes up to somebody and says
every day?
Whoever goes up to anybody and say, "Are you from Antigua and Barbuda?" No.
Whatever moments, whatever.
I get that, but when I said just go ahead and look up Antigua and Barbuda, and they look like, oh my God. And I've met some people who've gone there, and just, I mean, this once in a blue moon, I get like a negative comment about Antigua, like once in a blue moon, you know, people are personable, we're friendly, the food's good, the vibe is good. Yeah.
I never heard anything negative, Dr.
Why? Once in a blue moon, but yeah.
A Jamaican must have said that. A Jamaican must have said
that. Yep.
Oh, wow. Let me keep my mouth let me zip it up. I mean, I can't compete where I don't. What me say? We can't compete when we don't even compare, or compare when we don't even compete. Whatever. I'll just let me continue with the article. Come in my feelings though. I know me can't see Jamaican name. Oh, best for wildlife, Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, I must get it. RoSolo, me go rub up on that one because you know name the possum them and the armadillo and the iguana them down there. So no, we get it.
You're not right at all. You're not right at all, Mom. Stop that.
You know my feelings, the true Jamaican that come out in a bit now. Jamaicans. All right, we're not bad mind people.
What?
You know, we're a people where everything doesn't have to be about us, and we're okay with that.
What?
Okay, all right. Let me get into this. Let me hear why them said Trinidad and Tobago. Well, inland Trinidad and Tobago is dominated by rainforests and mangroves, fringe the coastline. According to Which Travel, which points out that these habitats, along with the island's proximity to South America, help make it one of the best bird watching destinations in the Caribbean. You hear people watch the bird, them don't kill the bird, them. In other words, you're gonna have to keep certain people off your island. The one who went to Italy and did illegal hunting, yeah. Y'all should know who that is. Anyway, the travel guide adds that if you're not the sort to pack binoculars alongside your swimming costume, there's plenty to enjoy here, from hiking to stunning waterfalls and watching leatherback turtles laying eggs or as hatchlings scramble into the sea. All right, can't talk to us in Jamaica. Come up here now. I'll step aside. Trinidad, step aside. Antigua, to the side. Hey, move out the way. Here we come here now. What the next one? Barbados. Move. Move. So we come to you now.
I'm waiting to hear. I'm waiting.
So, as they laugh after me. Best for music. We have that. Jamaica. Overall, 72%. Jamaica is the one Caribbean island that comes with its own soundtrack already preloaded into your brain. Yeah, sit down in your brain. Bob Marley declares Which Travel. The man and the anthem One Love is everywhere you turn. The capital, Kingston, has done a lot of work to reinvent itself as a capital of the arts. While it's a destination deserving of that title, visitors who don't want the big city buzz can find plenty of peace and quiet along the island's north coast by flying into Montego Bay. One thing I like about the article, yeah, I'm going to talk up the things. You see, unewsbreak.com, you gave Trinidad and Tobago a longer write-up, a bigger write-up. You gave Barbados more words. You give Antigua and Barbuda more words. And you give Grenada more words. I like it. Me not like it.
You're bossy.
All right. I have my feelings about that.
Then she like step aside. Sit down over here in my corner. What is that? What is that?
Hey, I want to say about me. Don't play with me.
Oh my God.
Don't play with me, news break. Somebody paying off a suppress swing.
Oh my gosh, this is hilarious.
As it's a top tell story. Pop story, give me. You know my feelings about that one there. A Bob Marley alone we have. A Bob Marley alone we have. You know how much people we have? Eh? Who else we have?
Somebody in their feelings.
I catching feelings. Hey, I catching feelings.
No, but something I want to say on this article and all these articles, right? It's okay to say where you have different things about the Caribbean, but I like to see Caribbean as one big number one destination.
Yes.
Because the experience vary from country to country. We're similar, but we're different. So I don't want us to get into the habit of trying to rank this one best. And no. They're trying to put us against each other. When it's Carnival, we went in Trinidad, we go Jamaica, we reggae show, we go to all the jazz festivals, we do Carnival, not jab in Grenada, you understand? We go in St. Lucia. So let us not get into which is number one. We all number one. We just different and we cater differently. So we ain't getting into that at all. They ain't gonna put us against each other.
No, never at all. It's all love.
We is us.
Yeah, it's all love. It's all love. But you know how we do already.
Yeah, we don't go in there.
Yeah, so as I said, Mr. President, that is true. However, we are a prideful, competitive people. Yes, we are. But you know something? I will say this. There are times when, even though we know we are individuals spread across the Caribbean Sea, we were all under the same British rule. We were fully aware of the history. There are times, you come for one, you come for all, No matter goes fool you. If you come for one, you come for all. And then when we don't fight you off, we go back to fighting each other.
Just like family.
Yeah, just like family. Don't you dare come in and come talk about take on one. You have to face the whole away. Yeah. And when you hear us arguing with each other, like a lot of parents do, when them hear them children fighting, them stay outside, them learn to stay outside until somebody born broke or somebody a ball, you get up. But yeah, leave us alone. Leave us alone. We're one big happy family and we function very well together. All right. When we argue with each other, mind your business. Yes, drink water and mind your business. All right, next up. Best for natural scenery. St. Lucia got this one overall. So St. Lucia is an island that overflows with 5-star scenery. This is thanks to a green and crumpled landscape formed by a great mountain range. And this mountain range erupts straight out of the Caribbean Sea and is pocketed with idyllic bays lined with creamy sand beaches. Soufriere in the southeast is the deserved center of St. Lucia tourism with its brightly painted wooden beachfront and old colonial architecture. From here, it's the shortest of hops to the deliciously named Sugar Beach, where the white sand is dramatically set against the rocky towers of the pitons, the giant crags that dominate this part of the island. All right. And best for whale watching, the Dominican Republic. They got a 65% rating overall. The Dominican Republic's Peninsula de Samana is home to some of the world's best whale watching. And you can do this from January to March. So catch them in March before the season ends. And this is when humpbacks can be seen breaching and lolling in their tropical breeding waters. All right. So, which travel adds that away from the whales, visitors can enjoy big resorts, beaches, and golf. Excuse me. Now, the one that is under the radar, Turks and Caicos Islands. They're saying here that not enough of those polled visited Turks and Caicos for it to be rated. Come on. From my understanding, Turks and Caicos is a beautiful island, a great place to go. All right. Which travel explains, but those few who did make the trip had nothing but praise for the destination. So, excuse me. Folks, get to visiting 7,000 islands, 31, no, so them that said 31 countries throughout the Caribbean. There is more than enough island hopping to go around. We need to invest in our region. Excuse me. We talk about intra-regional trade. We talk about working together. We talk about existing as one unit. And, we can start that journey. Well, I think we're already on that journey. And we're coming together even more than ever before. And I think what we should do as Caribbean nationals, before wanting to venture off to the other side of the world, let us see how we can explore and support our region first and foremost, and then go elsewhere. I think it's only fair that we do that. I think it's a reasonable ask. I don't think I'm being unreasonable at all. But congratulations to all these islands. But yes, I agree wholeheartedly with what you said, Mr. President. We will not be pitted against each other by anybody else. We do it amongst ourselves. We are one Caribbean. One Caribbean. One Caribbean. All right? Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Got to step away 1 quick second. Catch me breath. Get some water. I'll be right back. It is 21 minutes before the top of the hour. And of course, we are live on YouTube. We are also live on internet radio, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com, and we are live here on, excuse me, TikTok. Yes, I really need to go get some water. I'm sure the runway with me now. Thank you so much to everyone who has followed. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. And we thank you for the gifts. We thank you for everything, right? All right, so I'm going to put on a little bit of music. I have to play the royalty free so that I can entertain you. And I'll be right back. Bear with me. Oh, by the way, when I hear a coffee get dropped from our label, yeah, talk about that in a minute. I'll be right back, folks. Thank you, everyone. My throat is still messed up, but thank you, everyone. Appreciate you all. Thank you for your patience. Want to say thank you to everyone on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on janoradio.com, your nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It is available in your Apple and Google Play stores. And thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Remember, you can find us on YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you can also find us, excuse me, on TikTok, and you can follow us there. Engage with us however you choose. Head on over to coffeeinto.com to be able to follow Coffee in Tow on your social media platforms and catch up on past episodes, as well as get information about resources that are available to you. And talking about resources, just a few that I want, a couple I want to mention. Today is the deadline for two things. One, it's the 2025 Global Career Scholarship, GKS. Applications for the program close today, March the 7th. Yeah, today's March 7th. So the applications for that closes today. Also, if you are in Jamaica and you have not yet claimed your reverse income tax credit funds, please do so. Today is the deadline. You have already, excuse me, you already did the online application. You got approved. The money is sitting there waiting for you. Go collect on the money, because after today, you will not be able to. I'm not sure what steps the government will take, what provisions they will make for those of you who did not claim your money. I'm not sure what they're going to do. You may want to find out. But today is the deadline to collect your money for the reverse income tax credit. And that is for the folks over there in Jamaica. And while you are on Coffee in Tow's website, you can hop on over to the shop page. You can click the link for lormelskinfood.com to get your 100% natural and organic skin care and hair food products. We also invite you to shop today on www.grantcoffeehouse.com and get 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code COFFEEINTO20. All right. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone listening online. Thank you to everyone here on YouTube Live, and thank you to everyone on excuse me, TikTok Live. And we're going to keep it moving. All right, time for stories out of Latin America. All right, fix that and fix this on this side. So first up, we head on over to Brazil. Brazil braces for more Chinese demand, higher food prices amid U.S. trade war. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war with China will give Brazilian but hold on a second, stick up in. So he's pumping the brakes. He's giving us another month reprieve, so to speak, as it relates to the tariffs on goods coming out of Canada and Mexico, but not Brazil, not China, when most of our manufactured items come from China. Okay. So U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war with China will give Brazilian agricultural exporters an opportunity to take an even bigger share of the Chinese market at the expense of American farmers. But it could also fuel already high food inflation in Brazil. China this week retaliated swiftly to fresh U.S. duties announced by Trump, imposing hikes of 10% and 15% in levies covering $21 billion worth of American agricultural goods, including meat and soybeans. Brazil, the world's largest exporter of soy, cotton, beef, and chicken meat, is expected to ship more to China as importers there seek tariff-free imports. During Trump's first term, the trade war he triggered with China led to U.S. farmers losing a chunk of market share to Brazil, including China's valuable soybean imports. The U.S. never regained that market share for soybeans. China continues to buy more of its agricultural imports from Brazil than it did before the first trade war, and that will likely accelerate again with the latest round of tariffs. Rising U.S.-China tensions are likely to prompt China to source more grains and proteins from Brazil, potentially lowering commodity demand and, in turn, prices in the U.S., while increasing demand and prices in Brazil. Prices for Brazilian soybeans are already on the rise. The premium at local ports hit a season high this week. That's according to an analyst with AgriInvest. Any additional demand from China could result in stronger exports from Brazil at healthier prices. So, interesting here, because I think many folks forgot, and I think many of the farmers forgot what happened the first time around on the first rodeo, that they were severely impacted by, by number 47. They lost revenue and have never been able to rebound from that loss. Was that the reason why an incentive was put in place so that they could benefit from federal funding? So yes, folks, in the first term, 2016 to 2020, a trade war was triggered with China. And because of that trade war, U.S. farmers lost a huge chunk of market share to Brazil. I guess we didn't learn, huh? And them say, if you don't learn, you will feel. It's kind of like a test. You will continue to retake that test until you're able to pass that test. You can't get your certifications. You can't get your renewals. You can't move up to the next level. You can't get your associates, your masters, your associates, your bachelors, your masters, your PhD. You can't get none of that unless you pass the different levels. You have to go through the stages. And we have failed and we're failing again. Thank you. Next up. 2 Brazilians have been arrested with gold and over $26 million in cash. This article courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. A major smuggling operation at Ghana's border with Brazil was thwarted through an intelligence-led operation, which was conducted the day before yesterday in the afternoon. A special organized crime unit detained 2 Brazilian nationals and seized a substantial quantity of gold, along with over $26 million in Ghana, well, 26 million in Ghana dollars during the operation. The arrested individuals have been identified as a 42-year-old Brazilian salesman from Boa Vista, a 39-year-old clothing vendor from Boa Vista. Both are currently assisting authorities with their investigations. In other words, they have to snitch because they are only the workers. They have to give up them bosses. The operation also serves as a warning to individuals and groups engaged in illicit activities that law enforcement agencies remain vigilant and proactive in their enforcement efforts. The crackdown follows a similar enforcement action in July last year at the Ramada Princess Hotel, where officials arrested 3 Chinese nationals. That operation resulted in the discovery of over $50 million in Ghanese currency, money counting machines, and an illegal firearm. Okay, clean up. What can I say? Next up, China looks to derail the West's strategy to replace Russian gas supplies. So now it's time for stories on the international scene. This article comes to us courtesy of oilprice.com. China's North Petroleum International Company, NPIC, last week signaled its intention to dramatically increase its presence in Egypt's energy sector. An initial US $100 million is earmarked to acquire new concessions and establish partnerships in the gas and oil sectors of Egypt's western desert and offshore areas. Now, this is according to comments from the firm's regional director. This funding is only the opening salvo in a planned investment push from China into the strategically crucial country. Beijing has set aside billions of dollars to build its presence in Egypt, starting from now. And this will initially focus on the energy sector before broadening out into the range of other projects commonly seen in Priority 1 which is the BRI, also known as the Belt and Road Initiatives. Perhaps the main reason for China's interest in significantly expanding its presence in Egypt is that the country became a key focus of the West's attempts to secure gas supplies to help compensate for those lost from Russia following its invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February, such and such year, back in 2022. And so it remains. Right, let me tell you something. China, I'm not going to say I'm mad at them. They're entrepreneurs. They have a business mindset, a real business mindset. Whether you want to say they are displaying soft power, can't blame them. They see opportunities, they're going to pounce on it. And if negotiating with them comes across as being more favorable than negotiating with other folks, can you blame those they engage with? Not at all. And that should be a wake up call. Should be a wake up call to many of us. Um, I will forever say this: we have to change our MO, clean up our act, pivot, get it together. All right. Okay. Next, go ahead, Mr.
Also,
President.
I have to say that we have to admire China's soft power strategy.
Yeah.
While we're looking inward and isolating even our strongest allies, China is reaching out and forming partnerships. And you can hate them, like them, or hate them. They are doing the right thing here. They're expanding their markets. They're doing so much. They're going into critical sectors. They will identify a weakness. They help you with that weakness. Before you know it, they have their hands in everything. Meanwhile, we're trying to, I don't know, because when you're fighting against Mexico and Canada, it can't get any worse. Meanwhile, China is in Argentina. They have the biggest port in Peru. They all over. They're in Egypt. They're in Africa. All over. They're looking to expand. And outside of military base, the US has lost all its diplomacy. It cannot convince anybody to do anything with it other than force right now. And then you want to win in every deal. You're not looking at mutual agreements where both people win. And I think this is a really bad time, especially with China deliberately expanding the power. We have to do a better job. The US have to do a better job, at least even if it's just from a public relations standpoint. Hey, you.
Boy, I agree with you. We have to change our tactics. We have to move away from the all or nothing mentality. Everything has to be my way. There's a 5-letter word for that. We cannot have it all, folks. We have to learn how to engage, negotiate, and agree. We have to. China, we must. France will keep providing military intelligence to Ukraine as the US freezes vital information. This article courtesy of apnews.com. France will keep providing military intelligence to Ukraine after Washington announced it was freezing the sharing of information with Kyiv. And this is according to their French defense minister on Thursday. The US on Wednesday said it had paused its intelligence sharing with Ukraine, cutting off the flow of vital information that has helped the war-torn nation target Russian invaders. But Trump administration officials have said that positive talks between Washington and Kyiv mean it may only be a short suspension. American intelligence is vital for Ukraine to track Russian troop movements and select targets. Speaking to France on Interradio on Thursday, their ministers said France is continuing its intelligence sharing. Thank you. Our intelligence is sovereign. We have intelligence that we allow Ukraine to benefit from. He also went on to add that the sharing of intelligence with Ukraine is not a novelty, but a continuity of service. He added that following the U.S. decision to suspend all military aid to Ukraine, French President Emmanuel Macron asked him to accelerate the various French aid packages to make up for the lack of American assistance. Le Cornu said that in the wake of the U.S. decision, shipments of Ukraine-bound aid departing from Poland had been suspended, adding, however, that Ukrainians, unfortunately, have learned to fight this war for 3 years now and know how to stockpile. Quick question. I don't know if you know, Mr. President, but Ukraine. Hold on. I think I saw a video. Don't we have some folks over there working alongside the Ukrainian army? Or am I mistaken? No, I'm sure I saw it. I have to go.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to. Okay, that's what I thought.
Because the other day when they dropped something on a place, they said that there was some U.S. casualties.
Thank you. You see, sometimes I don't know if it's reality or if I'm dreaming, right? So with us having assets over there, was that the right decision to make to say you're going to withhold intelligence? I thought we cared about our assets.
But did we send those assets over, or did those assets volunteer on their own?
I know. That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a very good question. I'm not sure, John. But either way, as long as you have assets, shouldn't our goal be to keep them safe, to protect them?
What's the term? Collateral
damage.
Collateral damage.
Well, you know what? Why should I be surprised? Our veterans are being affected over here anyway, so.
That part.
Yeah. All right.
Our elderly.
Yeah.
Our veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our children.
Yeah. And the list goes on. All right. Well, thank you, Franz, for stepping up. We appreciate you. Next up, our next article, courtesy of TWZ.com. Let me check YouTube if we have any comments there. All right. So, according to TWZ.com, Houthi WA arsenal remains a mystery to the U.S. The U.S. remains puzzled about how many Ws the Houthis have or where they get them from. That's according to a U.S. defense official when speaking with the war zone, adding that the militants are highly innovative when it comes to developing their own arsenal. Meanwhile, numerous airstrikes by the U.S. and its allies on Houthi targets in Yemen have not halted the rebel group's ability to produce the weapons and use them at will. There's some debate as to what's in their magazine, the official told the war zone during a media engagement at the Air and Space Forces Association, the symposium that was held in Aurora, Colorado. There's a good bit right now we don't know about the Houthis. There's a thing called moving silence. We don't have to advertise everything we have, and that's what they're telling you. Why do you need to know what we have is what they're saying to them. Mind your business. Because when we give you information or when you have access to our information, then you're only going to spin and use it on us. Not that I got. Them say we are moving in silence. Worry about what you have, no worry about what we have. On March the 4th, U.S. Department of State representative issued, coming from the office of the spokesperson, statement by Secretary Marco Rubio. I can't read it because there are some words in here that I'm going to flag with, so I can't even read it. Lord have mercy. Let me keep it moving. Next up, according to NPR, this one is a soundbite. Okay, this is my face, and I don't have on any makeup. Don't play with me. All right, so According to NPR.org, Israel threatens intervention in Syrian capital Damascus due to unrest there. So let's go ahead and listen to this one. Where is the sound bite? Okay, here we go. Let's take a listen.
Damascus is at the center of the new Syrian government's struggle for control. One of its security officers was killed last week during a fight at a checkpoint, and now Israel is threatening to intervene, turning this possibly into an international incident. NPR's Jane Raff went there. She has more on what's been happening. Jane, so what's the importance of this suburb? Tell us about it.
Well, the issue here is there's a religious minority there. It's a suburb called Jeramana with a population of about 2 million, so a pretty big place, but it has a significant Druze minority. The Druze faith emerged about 1,000 years ago, and it's an offshoot of Shia Islam. And like many other minorities in Syria, many Druze supported the former regime. So up until last week, security was largely controlled by a Druze militia. But on Friday, there was a clash at a checkpoint, and a security officer of the new government was killed. The new forces belonging to the new government. The government then sent fighters in to surround the suburb.
The Israeli government described it as an attack on the Druze and said it could intervene to protect them there and in other places. Why is Israel involved?
Well, Israel has its own Druze minority in Israel itself and in Syrian territory it occupies. And some of the Israeli Druze actually serve in the Israeli military. But here it's very different. We spoke with a Druze official, Rabbi Munther, and here's what he said. He says we reject being protected by anyone. We're protected by our people and our brothers in the homeland. That's the only protection we want.
Now, how much control does the new government actually have in the face of militias and threats from other countries?
Well, in Jeramana, Druze leaders agreed to allow those government security forces in. There haven't been any official security forces since the fall of the regime in a lot of places. In Jeramana, schools and government offices were closed because of fear of violence, but they reopened this week. There is essentially a security vacuum that was there. We did speak with the mayor and police chief, the same man who was appointed over the weekend. He's from Idlib in northwestern Syria. And that's where opposition fighters that led this fall of the regime came from. So the mayor, Mohammed Hamoud, sat in this dusty, bare office, and he told us the city still wasn't fully under control. He blamed weapons that the regime had left behind when they retreated, now in the hands of criminals, he said.
So if the Druze say they don't want protection, where would that leave Israel?
Well, there have been Israeli airstrikes on Syrian military targets, a kind of a wide array of them. So it's clearly not just about protecting the Druze, but Israel has warned Syria's new government not to deploy its own troops south of Damascus. And all of that has raised tensions with Turkey, which is the other major player in the region. It says it won't allow Israeli interference in Syria, and it's talking about building more Turkish bases in this country.
That's NPR's Jane Raff. Jane, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh boy. All right. Any comments on that one before we move on? Go ahead, Mr. President.
Two words. Land grabber.
That is it. That is it. And why is it that it's so obvious. It's plain as day. It's very evident. Land grab, yes. And we always have to put boots on the ground. Somebody's son, somebody's daughter has to face the consequences because of greed. Point blank. The need to acquire this acquisition goal, control, power.
But why is the interview skewed as though Israel have a say on the security in Syria? If they're in Syrian territory, they can't decide what security they need, or Israel has no jurisdiction in Syrian territory. Did I hear it correctly?
You heard it correctly.
So the Syrian territory is up to the Syrian military to secure and make sure that everybody living in that territory is safe. So Israel don't have a say in that. because they don't have no jurisdiction. Anyway, I'm confused.
I'm confused too. But as you said, land grab, as he put modern colonization. Colonization repackaged, right? I don't know. I don't know. All right, and that story closes out the stories on the international scene. Coming up next, or coming up right now, Women's History Month. And we are celebrating Women's History Month, yes, every day that we're on air, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to whenever we get off. We are honoring women. So, in this next article, Caribbean women leaders paving the way for a new generation of political influence. This article can be found on CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Oh, by the way, Justin Movada's son, Dante Brooks, remember this case? Well, he has been freed as a pew conviction, or unaliving conviction, sorry, has been overturned. Okay. Wow. Okay. We'll talk about that on Monday. So, back to this one, the women who inspire us, the women who lead us. Women's political leadership in the Caribbean has a rich and transformative history. From the earliest trailblazers to the current crop of powerful women leading nations and shaping the region's future, Caribbean women have been at the forefront of pushing boundaries, advocating for change, and creating opportunities for themselves and others. As we celebrate Women's History Month, it's important to reflect on the women who first broke into politics and those who continue to pave the way. The pioneers, early political influencers. Some of the first women to make their mark in Caribbean politics helped pave the way for future generations of women in leadership roles. Among the notable figures is Eugenia Charles from Dominica, who made history in 1980 as the first female prime minister in the Caribbean. You hear that, US? Female prime minister, leader of a country. Well, that happened in the Caribbean. She served until 1995. That was 15 years. She was a powerful advocate for Caribbean sovereignty and economic independence. Known as the Iron Lady of the Caribbean, her bold leadership significantly influenced the political landscape. Another groundbreaking figure is Janet Jagan of Guyana, who became the country's first female president in 1997. You hear that again, US? Female president in 1997. Before her presidency, Jagan also served as Ghana's first female prime minister and held several key ministerial roles. A co-founder of the People's Progressive Party, she was instrumental in advancing social justice, press freedom, and women's rights. Her leadership broke barriers and set a precedent for women's political participation in the region. Portia Simpson Miller, hey, bring it, come true now, from Jamaica, also stands out as a trailblazer, becoming the what? The first female prime minister of Jamaica in 2006. Another female leader in the region. Her tenure was marked by a focus on social justice issues, particularly her advocacy for the poor and the marginalized communities. Her leadership style has inspired countless women in Jamaica and beyond to pursue public service. Together, these women not only reshaped their country's political landscapes, but also opened doors for a new generation of female leaders in the Caribbean. The current Caribbean women leaders, so who are they? Well, the Caribbean is now witnessing a dynamic era of female political leadership with women like Mia Motley, Favour Williams, Cora Richardson Hodge, Emmeline Pierre, and Kamla Persad Bissessar taking center stage. These leaders, They are reshaping the political landscape with their vision, determination, and focus on progress. So let us talk about the first female Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. She has been an influential force both locally and globally. And yes, you heard me right. Another female Prime Minister, first in Barbados. Her administration has prioritized climate action, social justice, and economic revitalization. Under her leadership, Barbados transitioned to a republic in 2021, a significant milestone in the island's history. Mottley's decisive leadership highlights the growing impact of women in Caribbean politics and their ability to influence the region's future on the world stage. In October 2024, Favour Williams made history by becoming Jamaica's first female Minister of Finance and Public Service, following the departure of Dr. Nigel Clark to the IMF. Prior to this role, Williams served as the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, where she was instrumental in implementing policies aimed at improving educational outcomes and integrating technology into classrooms. Her extensive background in finance, including her tenure as minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Finance, positions her well to oversee the country's fiscal policies. Williams is committed to maintaining economic stability, promoting sustainable growth, and ensuring that fiscal policies benefit all Jamaicans. Now, let's head on over to Anguilla. Making history as Anguilla's first female premier, Cora Richardson Hodge was sworn in on February 27 after leading the Anguilla United Front to a decisive, I almost said decisive victory in the general elections, securing 8 of the 11 seats in the House of Assembly. She has served as a member of the Anguillan House of Assembly for Sandy Hill since 2015 and was the leader of the opposition from July 2020 until her recent appointment as premier. Beyond politics, Richardson Hodge is a principal and attorney at law at I can't pronounce the name. I'm going to bite up my tongue and I don't want to be disrespectful, but at a law chamber firm formerly known as C.R. Hodge and Associates, bringing extensive legal expertise to her leadership role. Let's hop on over to Grenada. Over there, we find Emmeline Pierre, who made history this week as the first female leader of the opposition within Grenada's new National Party. With a political career spanning over 2 decades, Pierre has held various ministerial roles, including Minister for Youth, Sport, and Ecclesiastic Affairs. Known for her commitment to youth development and social initiatives, Pierre's leadership marks a new chapter in Grenada's political landscape. We're going to head south to Trinidad and Tobago, where we find Kamala Persad-Bissessar. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the leader of the United National Congress, has been a formidable presence in Trinidad and Tobago's politics for over a decade. As the first female prime minister, you hear that again, US, first female prime minister of the country from 2010 to 2015, her administration was noted for its focus on social justice, education reforms, and economic growth. Her sharp debating skills and unwavering commitment to accountability continue to shape the political discourse in Trinidad and Tobago, making her one of the most influential figures in the region. Together, these Caribbean women leaders are inspiring a new generation of women to pursue public service and governance. To laugh at your comment, Dr. Sharon. Dr. Sharon said America run from progress by not electing a female president. America, you can turn to the Caribbean. You can also look to your immediate south that you share a border with. You can look to Europe. Women have held leadership roles, have done a phenomenal job. They didn't buy their way, nothing was ever messed with. They didn't have to threaten people, they didn't have to do it through promoting fear. No. Is it safe to say through merit and the ability to be influential diplomatically, letting their work speak for them, having their reputation precede them? Come on now. These women are leaders in countries where men are okay with them being leaders and supporting them. We know, I know, I'm not going to go down that road. We know. But for the most part, they are supported by men, voted in by men. Yes, we know some men may look at them as a threat, but that did not stop them from rising and allowing them to shine. So I'm very proud of these women. Camila Persad Bissessar in Trinidad and Tobago, Emmeline Pierre, Grenada, Cora Richardson Hodge, Anguilla, Fable Williams, Jamaica, Mia Motley, Barbados, and those that came before: Portia Simpson Miller of Jamaica, Janet Jagan, Guyana, Eugenia Charles, Dominica. Don't fear us. We're not scary. We're not scary at all. You don't have to be afraid of us. We are nurturers, and because we're nurturers, it's innate. I think it means that we want the best for everybody. We see things that Uno cannot say. We have this thing called a sixth sense. Sixth sense. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
No, it's TikTok playing with me.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't need to add anything to that, except for we're respected in other places.
Yes.
Our intelligence is respected in other places, in other areas.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I have something to add.
Yes, Ozzy. I did.
Yo, let me tell you something, right? America would rather cut off his nose to spite his face. And we've seen it countless times. And there are a lot of ignorance that run rampant as well. Like literally the last election, I've heard people saying, so what happens when she has a period? What?
And that was said by other women. Let's not forget.
She put on a pad and she keep it moving.
Hey, Joby.
First of all, how does there's people managing every day? I'm sure there's a way to make it work. Second of all, she's like 60.
Well, okay, so let me cut in here. So first of all, she has actually worked at every branch of government, right? In her 20s, 30s, 40s. She's what, 50?
60.
60.
Okay, so she's postmenopausal.
Okay.
She's not
That was
having a
my
cycle
point.
anymore.
That was
I
my
understand.
point.
But my thing is, even if she was a menstruating woman, who says a menstruating woman can't run anything? We do it all the damn time.
Thank you.
And talk
That was
about
the other point.
hold on, talk about emotional liability. You see who's in the White House? He needs some Prozac. And with that, I think.
Exactly. And she's right.
Actually, you know what? Make it lithium, a mood stabilizer. That's what he needs.
No, I think they need something else, but I can't say that on air.
Real quick, Joby, we played your music this morning. Beautiful songs. I must say, we did the set this morning from 9:15 to 9:30. And let me tell you something, I'm hooked. Your voice is amazing. I know you say you can't talk right now. Your voice is amazing. We wish you nothing but the best. And yes, we will be playing your music more here on Coffee Into. I'm so grateful that you came up on my For You page. Absolutely. Listen.
BJ.
Listen. No, what for them if I laugh perfect crowd. This is the definition of madness. The definition of madness, Ozzy, for them to use that as an excuse. Do you know that some of the best leaders in corporate are women?
Facts.
Okay.
I mean, the first leader of life is a woman. Let's keep it honest. The first person any human being is led by is typically a woman from birth.
And who's walking around doing unspeakable things more so than anyone to children, to schools, in churches? I can keep going. It's really not a woman.
Listen, we have a toddler for a leader.
Have mercy.
You know, like how toddlers have like temper tantrums, and then they'd be like, you know what? I'm not your friend, so I'm not gonna talk to you.
Or spoiled.
Yeah, or they just say random things like, I want pizza and candy for lunch. I feel like these executive orders feel the same way.
I personally think there are some conversations we should not even have. That one you just mentioned there about what she will do when she on up. Listen, some things you just don't give it no airtime because we have all kinds in the world, but there are some idiotic conversations that we just have to leave alone. I'm not saying the person is an idiot, but it's definitely an idiotic statement. I mean, and I feel sometimes when we talk about that, we take away from the real conversations we're having, because I don't understand how grown folks could be making this kind of ridiculous statements. I just think we should not even entertain them.
It's a level of ignorance.
Just leave them.
It's a level of ignorance. Go ahead, Alcy. Sorry.
I both agree and disagree. One, I agree to the point that, sure, when you do mention some of these things, you do give it life in a sense. But also in mentioning some of these things, you absolutely show how ridiculous some of these things sound. And then the education that comes from it as well. And so if you don't combat that ignorance with education sometimes, then you just breed more ignorance. Because if you even look at how some of these lies are just running rampant, people talking about things they have no idea about. But then, you know, there's an expert in a field who's trying to explain some of these things. And to the people who actually want to listen, then they're like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I was wrong about that. That makes sense. Of course, you have the other side where no matter what you say, they just want to be ignorant. But yeah, I do agree and disagree with you at the same time.
Yeah. We have to stomp it out, and the only way to stomp it out is to address it, and then we move on from it. Otherwise, the ignorance will continue to fester like a sore. Let me tell you something. Oh, I saw. Did they remove it? I saw a video. I saw a video yesterday. Oh my gosh. I don't think I saved it. I must have not saved it. Oh no, I have it. Lord, I have this video, and it was done by a network this is something else. They are paying attention and they are expressing concerns that I have expressed when we talk about a leader. But and I'll play it later on, not now, because I don't want to take away from these beautiful women, these powerful women, these significant women who have done nothing but pushed the boundaries, advocated for change, created opportunities, not only for themselves, but for others. We have to honor them, recognize them, honor them, talk about them, their boldness, not being afraid to be significantly influential, not afraid to break these barriers and set a precedent, not afraid to inspire while advocating for the poor and the marginalized, paying attention to social justice issues, honoring press freedom, upholding women's rights, advancing social justice, reshaping the political landscape because they are visionaries, they are determined, and they are focused. Not cowering, not being afraid. And for anyone who is desirous of following in their footsteps, I'm going to say this to you. You are going to be tested. There are going to be those moments when you feel as though you should give up, but you can't. A seed has been planted in you. You have to water that seed and surround yourselves with people who will nurture you. And in nurturing you, will be honest with you. And with them being honest with you, you will allow yourself to learn and grow. Be receptive to constructive criticism. And understand that you don't know everything. You will never know everything. Right? Carry on. So that was our Women's History moment. And now it's time for stories out of North America. First, we start up in the North. Canada's anti-Musk pivot hits Starlink's second biggest market. This one comes to us courtesy of economictimes.indiatimes.com. Okay, yeah, change the slide over there on YouTube. All right. Okay. So hold on a second, folks, because now I have to go in another way. My free this run out. The essence of the article, I guess I had clicked on it too many times, but the essence of the article is that Mr. Musk is losing contracts up there in Canada for Starlink, and Starlink provided a lot of their was a part of the infrastructure when we talk about tech up there. But them said them tired of Musk, and they even signed a petition. I think some 200 something thousand people had signed something for him to have his citizenship revoked, and he got his citizenship because of his mom. His mother is Canadian, so that is how he got his Canadian citizenship. But my question is, why didn't he just go to Canada? Why did he? Oh, he did go to Canada and then came to the US. But why didn't he just stay in Canada? Just asking.
Exactly, because he's nothing but a menace.
We get the article another way. According to financialpost.com, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, watch out. Hey, on an hour, put me down, I'm gonna stop it. On Tuesday, responded to US President Donald Trump's tariffs by ripping up the Canadian province's contract with Elon Musk's Starlink, saying, it's done. It's gone. short end of the deal. Consumers who have quickly grown to rely on the SpaceX satellite network may not be willing to follow suit. Starlink flies more than 7,000 satellites in low Earth orbit, serving some 5 million subscribers, and Canada is the company's largest market outside of the US. I see opportunities abounding here for other persons who actually know and have the technical know-how to develop satellites. Get to work. Take advantage of the opportunity that is there. Right? Make sure what you have is good, efficient, effective, cost effective. Let's pay attention to that. And get it out there. Do not feel as though you can't compete with Starlink. Yes, the name has become a household name, and yes, it's synonymous with we know who, but don't be what's the term? Don't feel overwhelmed. Yeah, step up. Don't
be intimidated.
Intimidated. That's the word. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I just get an alert from Apple News that Trump is clarifying Musk's role. Why wasn't that done from day one?
I was just about to send that to you. I got it as well.
Didn't we say we weren't going to even?
No, we just got the alert and it's news, so I just have to say the headline. He is now clarifying his role, and the only comment is, why was that not done from the get-go? That's it. That's it. Right? Trump, we can't get rid of this name. We talk about news.
Red cap.
Trump changes course and delays some tariffs on Mexico and Canada. This article, of course, comes courtesy of WSBN out of Miami. And I have it pinned here, ready to roll. Where are you? Let's go.
President Trump changing course, postponing tariffs on Mexico and Canada in an apparent response to growing fears of the economic fallout from a broader trade war.
Meanwhile, they're taking new steps to dismantle the Department of Education. The president is looking to close the books of the Department of Education.
You can't abolish the Department of Education through an executive order.
Democrats say the president doesn't have the power to dismantle the agency.
Who's going to be the victim? Americans' kids, America's school children.
Local educators also warn about the harm this move could cause American family.
Here in Florida, there are literally over 1 million kids who benefit from the programs that come through the U.S. Department of Education. Students with special needs, students who live in poverty.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon has reportedly emailed staff on the coming steps, saying that policy decisions will be returned to the states, despite telling Senate lawmakers during her confirmation hearings it would take an act of Congress to take apart the agency.
That if there is a movement to abolish the Department of Education, it has to go through the United States Congress.
Yes, it is set up by the United States Congress, and we work with Congress. It clearly cannot be shut down without it.
The president is also rethinking recent tariffs imposed on Mexico and Canada, just days after tariffs went into effect, signing an executive order temporarily suspending them. The pause covers all products under the trade agreement Mr. Trump himself negotiated during his first term. The delay is a significant walkback of the administration's signature economic plan that has rattled markets, businesses, and consumers.
Well, there were no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here.
The uncertainty has business owners unable to make long-term plans for the near future.
Really, this is a state of emergency for America's farmers right now. You put in all of this chaos, and that's what this is. The president came right into office and caused a whole lot of chaos for the first people in line, the most important people, America's farmers.
And there is this tonight. A federal judge has given the Trump administration until Monday to hand over nearly $2 billion owed to partners of USAID. It's a blow to the administration's 6-week funding freeze on all foreign assistance, which has forced humanitarian organizations around the world to slash services and lay off thousands.
Well, go ahead, Chuck.
So I had a conversation last night with two people that are teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them what would happen if they closed the Department of Education. So one, I think we spoke about it already. You have your free lunches, right? You have certain classroom advantages that come to children in certain areas. I had asked them if, as far as the education is concerned, would that change? But they said most schools are ran by the state. So the federal supplies extra things that the state doesn't. So, and it would mainly hit, unfortunately, the children that need it most. That's the sad part of them closing it down, because I always thought it would stop the full education process. But the state handles that.
But there's more to it too, Ja. Did they talk about those students who are in college? Would that get the federal Pell grants?
Exactly.
Yeah, they're going to be affected.
All of those, yes, all of those things. Even, I think we spoke about it too, the children, like what my daughter works with, the autistic children that are able to come into public school, all of that is from extra funding.
Exactly.
You know,
so it's going to have a significant impact.
A very significant impact for certain people.
And let me ask a question, and I'm glad you brought up those children, Ja, because now what are parents to do? The children are, when the children are at school, it allows the parents to go to work while they're at school, and then the parents work part-time because they need every little money that them can get, right? Because disability insurance or payments is not enough to sustain, right? So the parents get to work part-time while the child is allowed to feel like a normal person. And the children who are considered normal get to learn how to coexist, learn to have empathy, compassion, learn acceptance, right?
Yes.
So when you take this opportunity away from these children, you're now telling these parents, well, you got to stay home. So now you're putting more constraints on them.
But isn't Red Cap the one that's always making fun of people with disabilities?
Yeah. Which I found, I'm not even going to go down that road. Sorry, let's not get too emotional. Yes, he always makes fun of them. And I think he has a relative who has a disability, or when the person was alive. I'm not sure if they're alive or if they passed, or if they're unalive, if they passed on. But yeah, always making fun of people with disabilities. I don't know how he sits with RFK, but yeah, always making fun of people with disabilities. I don't know how he sits with Greg Abbott, but he's always, and how they sit with him, knowing how he feels about the community of people with disabilities.
Hey.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, this is the same guy who referred to his daughter as a hot piece of
Yeah, we stop right there.
synonym for donkey. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. But
if you can objectify your own child like that, who are we?
Go ahead, niece, and then I'll make one comment and we move on. Go right ahead.
I don't think they realize as yet, or I don't know, how their thought process is, but I don't think they realize that when you look at the income from taxes per state, when you defund education and say let each state take care of their own education system, that there's going to be a huge deficit. right? Of course, California and New York and Florida, which are the top 3 ones, or in the top 5, they're going to be okay. Where there are a lot of states, for example, Alabama, those inner rural countries, states, they're going to have issues because they don't have most of their funding or most of their persons. They are on some kind of welfare program. Most of them are on some kind of welfare program. So that volume of income tax is not going to be balanced, and it will not work. The whole purpose of doing it that way, I think, would be to ensure that there's no disparity, there's no level of, there's no discrimination in how, regardless of where you are, the education system is the same right across the board. But in defunding, I'm thinking in defunding that sector, that whole department, it's going to take USA back to what it was before. You're going to have kids coming out of certain states that, their education is less than I don't know what to say, how to describe it. It's really less than in comparison to other states. Yeah, that was my 2 cents.
Thank you, niece. I'm something. I'm glad you raised that point, because that was going to be a part of my closing on this article. Yes, there's going to be an imbalance in the scale, but like everything else, it has to happen and then be repealed, be corrected. Not until it hits them, and not until the folks who voted in the red states, feel it and start screaming. That is when they'll correct it and say, "Oh, we made a mistake." Because guess what? Florida can sustain itself. California can sustain itself. All the blue states, all these red states are going to suffer, because thanks to the blue states, they are able to survive.
That part.
Is the red states are going to feel it? Them are going to feel it hard. I'm going to want them to feel it. I'm sorry. Right now, I want them to feel it. And if it comes back to the states, make it sit down there for a little bit. Just a little bit. Because I'm telling you, Florida will be okay. California will be okay. Rhode Island will be okay. New Hampshire will be okay. Yeah. As a matter of fact, Florida may have more money to do more in our schools here and do more for our children, instead of worrying about Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, Arizona, which are, I mean, hey, we might have more now that we can actually make it rain. Throw it up, watch it all fall out. We might be able to now sip on cognac and eat caviar. I mean, we might just be able to. Arkansas, yes, John. We finally might be able to live good here in Florida because we're not carrying the burden of these red states. Our governor has been bragging. Yes, he has. Yeah. So keep your red states, Washington. I'm not going to lie, Denise. There are some things that he says that make sense, and there are other things that make you go, huh?
It makes business sense, but in terms of operating a government, it's not practical.
Right. I agree.
A lot of what I call him Uncle D. A lot of what Uncle D, the red hat person, is doing now is not to say that prior presidents haven't thought about it. Right, I'm sure they have.
Right,
I'm sure they at some point they even tried some of these things, but they will see that it is not sustainable. It's not sustainable across the board. Yeah. So what's going to happen? He's going to have to back up on a lot of these things because it's not sustainable to the heart of the country.
Right.
who is his voting base.
Yeah. As I said, not my uncle. But you know what? None of us, well, let me not speak for the rest of you. I can speak for myself. I did not have the privilege to attend the Wharton School of Business to learn these tactics as to how to be effective. You know, I didn't learn that.
I told you that was an honorary degree. No, I will pay a lot of money. Nobody can tell me that he did that on his own.
Next. Oh, wait a minute, I forget which part with there. What we just covered a while ago. Trump changed his course.
I think you jumped in. You did breaking news, so it stopped you from where you were.
Yeah, no, I forget. We did the one. I played the clip, right, where Trump changes course and delays some tariffs on Canada and Mexico and Canada. Right, did that one. So next up, an immigrant couple to get $80,000 in damages from former landlords who threatened to call ICE. Thank you, Jeff. Yes, rack up the lawsuit then, out to order. So according to yahoo.com, the National Latino Legal and Civil Rights Organization, representing an immigrant couple who sued their former landlords in Chicago for threatening to call ICE on them, said this week the tenants will be awarded more than $80,000 in damages after a judge found the landlords violated an Illinois state law. According to the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, better known as MALDEF, this is the first case to reach a judgment under the Illinois Immigrant Tenant Protection Act of 2019. Thank you. The law bans landlords from discriminating against or harassing a tenant based on their actual or perceived immigration status. It prohibits landlords from reporting or threatening to report a tenant to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for intimidation or retaliation purposes, and also bars landlords from evicting tenants solely because of their immigration status. You gonna learn today. Oh, Tada.
Hit them right in their pockets. That's the only way they learn.
Oh, Tada. We need to stop it. On February 19, Cook County Circuit Court Judge Catherine A. Schneider ordered landlords Marco Antonio Contreras and hold on.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Breathe, Shelly, breathe.
Now they're funny. So hold on. Marco Antonio Contreras and Denise Contreras. Your tenants who are Maria Maltos Escutia and Gabriel Valdez Garcia. Voila.
Oh boy.
This one comes as a shocker. I was not expecting this at all, Ja. Isn't this like a Marco Rubio situation?
I'm still waiting to see when his family will be deported.
Isn't this a Marco Rubio situation? Your parents, grandparents, Cuban immigrants who came here. Marco, do you need me to remind you, boo? Oh, you should see the videos that some South Floridians are putting up who went to school with Marco Rubio. Hey, we won't even get into those. Marco, when did you change?
Are they calling ICE on him? Are they calling ICE on him?
one is funny the backside. Contreras versus Garcia and Escutia. How dare you do that to one of your own? Really? Boy, I'm going to tell you now. I love it. It makes for good entertainment still. But at the same time, you go and learn. You F-aid and F-ord. Stay in your lane. Mind your business. Mind your business. And even if they're here undocumented, mind your business. We have a saying in Jamaica, you know, today for you, tomorrow for me.
But moments. Didn't they rent the apartment to them? Come on now.
I tell you, say, if me laugh, me kin over and you're dead direct. No, sir. Them people are not normal. It would be like me, a Jamaican, renting to another Jamaican, and then because this combo and me see an opportunity probably to get rid of them, me go call I span them, and me don't even know them status. George wants to cut 1 trillion years this year. But it's not looking at big spending drivers. This article, courtesy. I will tell us about the news now. So who need TV? Who need TV when we have news? This is the final article in the Stories Out of North America. According to NPR.org, Elon Musk and his department. Is it his department or is it not his department? I'm confused. Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency have an ambitious goal of cutting $1 trillion in federal spending by the end of the fiscal year in September. But Doge's moved so far to cancel contracts and leases and push federal agencies to reduce their workforces barely make a dent in the government's overall balance sheet. Even if you take Doge's savings claims, like that, claims at face value. And as NPR has reported, those early Doge savings claims have been inaccurate and drastically overstated. In Congress, where decisions about trillions of dollars in spending are debated and authorized in appropriations bills, House Republicans have approved a framework that will include $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and a goal of $2 trillion in spending cuts. There are several more steps until legislation like that could get final approval. It is through congressional action, not Doge, where any changes to spending and revenue collection would happen at a meaningful scale. That's according to Jessica Riedel at the Center Right Manhattan Institute. Think of Congress and its budget as the debt-ridden dad on the way to buy a $250,000 Ferrari on the credit card. And Doge is the $2 off gas card he used along the way. It's great that he saved $2 on gas, but I think his wife may be more concerned about the $250,000 car. Everything is laughable at this moment. All we need the judges to do is block, 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 block. I have a recommendation. I have a request, and I've been asking for this for a while now. Doge, I would love if you could honor this for me. If you do this for me, carry on. Can we reduce the salaries of everybody up there in Washington? I need them to get $7.25 it is, or $7.50. Yeah, that's all I'm asking per hour. And I need them to be in office Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or if they want to do a 7 to 4 or a 9 to 6. That's all I'm asking for. Minimum wage for them, because they refuse to lift the minimum wage. Yeah, the federal minimum wage. And because everybody up there is a federal worker, I mean, it won't affect you, right? Because you don't get a paycheck, right? You just get contracts. But yeah, we want every federal worker up there, every congress person, every congressman, congresswoman, everybody, $7.25, and then I'll be happy. And can we get rid of the $40,000 desks, please? I find that a little wasteful. The carpets don't need to be renewed all the while. Make we see how we can make things work. That's so. But the funding is not going to go into more contracts for you, right? Let us put it into veterans, and let us put the funding into healthcare and children,
Watch,
yeah, and the elderly.
watch your time.
Thank you, Jack. And with that being said, to my happy folks, my supporters on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play, janoradio.com, the nonstop party vibe station, and madmusichouse.com. This is where we come to the end of the road. I invite everyone listening to hop on over to YouTube, catch us on YouTube Live, and don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel or join us on TikTok. Just search for Coffee and Chill. All right, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. And as always, we are truly grateful and appreciative of your continued and unwavering support. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll be back Monday morning, God willing. 9 o'clock a.m. 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern, that is. All right, well, good. And this is where we come to the end. All right, thank you, Jack. Thank you. I never say. Yeah, thank you so much. So it's just YouTube Live and TikTok Live. For everyone on TikTok, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel for Coffee and Chill. Click the link in the bio on YouTube. Thank you for sharing the space. Thank you for all the, woo, look at that, look at that. Thank you for all the hearts. Love and appreciate, you know. All right, so moving right along. Doge, your savings, your alleged savings are only a drop in the bucket. Now, I don't want anybody to sit here and think that waste is only or was only happening with the Democrats. No, it's a government thing, no matter who did it. It's a government thing. Another thing I want us to tighten up on, Lord, Elon called me. I have some ideas. I have some really good ideas. I can make you look good. Make you look good, yeah. And it will work for the people of the country. Give me a call. All right? Yeah, give me a call. I would love to talk to you. As a matter of fact, you have a few of us that would love to talk to you. You know? Yeah. Just leave little X behind when you're coming. Yeah. Because we might have some choice words when we're speaking. So come on, let's talk, because we both have the interest of the US at heart. We both have the interest of the American people at heart. We want the best for our country. We believe that our country ought to be lifted up. Yeah. Let's keep it moving. Ontario is putting a 25% surcharge on US bound electricity. My folks up there in New York, tighten up. Stop. Don't eat out as much as you do. You may have to walk a little more than you take the subway. I don't know what to tell you, but Ontario is putting a 25% surcharge on US bound electricity, and it is going into effect on Monday.
And turn off the light when you're not using it.
Turn off the lights.
And unplug the electronics. And unplug the electronics from the wall.
Where's the to sing that song for them up there? Turn off the lights. Hey. And light a candle.
They may have to go back to oil lamps.
Right? No, don't keep on them. Yes, ma'am.
So according, and you have Washington to thank for that, your president to thank for that. Ontario will charge 25% more for electricity. As a matter of fact, you know, something's pump the brakes right there. So Washington, you are not going to pass that cost on to the people up there. You're not going to do it to the people of Minnesota. You're not going to do it to the people of New York. And you're not going to do it to the people of Michigan. Why? Because you say the next country absorb the tariff them. That's all not to say. So here what you do. Since in light of the facts are not no go so, I strongly recommend you absorb that cost. Take away some of the contracts from Muskie and pay that bill. Do not put the burden on the citizens of Minnesota, New York, or Michigan. Anyway, Ontario, effective Monday, will be charging 25% more for electricity that is shipped to 1.5, at least you have the numbers, 1.5 million Americans. Run it, and so you know how much you have to call for. By the way, did New York get back their money yet? The $80 million they put, is it 80 million or 80 billion? Put back in them account? I need an update on that. What the money was Doge and what Muskie and 47 took out. Then and remember, you know, why them flip the script and then do a Uno reverse on them and say, okay, you got the courts to drop this, but nah, psych.
Where the
What
money?
about the money?
Where the money?
Mr. Adams, them say, he must sit down, and I laugh after them. He must sit down with the Hannah cards and say, bam, oh damn my hand, bam, give me back the money. And you can't go back by your word. But anyway, and this unfortunately is going to affect 1.5 million Americans starting on Monday, but it is in response to US President Donald Trump's tariffs, the premier said. Ontario provides electricity to Minnesota, New York, and Michigan. Earlier this week, Ford warned the governors of those states about those coming changes. You touch the stove once, you get burned. You never touch that stove again, Ford said. We're going to make sure that we follow through with what we said we were going to do. Ford said he felt bad about laying the surcharge. I feel terrible for the three governors. I have a phenomenal relationship with them. He said he spoke with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz on Wednesday. All three governors think tariffs on their closest allies and friends is absolutely terrible. And Republicans as well, behind closed doors, say this is the worst thing that he could do. No Republicans come from out of the closed doors. Talk up with a chest. Talk up the things about on a nice, clean, dentured mouth. Come on now. Do not sit down.
Not the dentured mouth.
You see them up there? You know, see, all of them look like them barely can roll up. Come on, Republicans. Get out of those closed doors. Open the doors, and I'm assuming they're double doors. Open them up wide and talk up these things. Go to the Oval Office and let your leader know that you're not happy, that your represented, your constituents who can barely find little cheese for slice up there, who can barely keep themselves warm in the winter, afford more Pantapa plenty. Come on now. Y'all are hypocrites if you're going to stay behind closed doors and agree that what is being done is wrong, saying that this is the worst thing that he could do. I agree with you, Mr. Ford. He's saying that he needs the Republicans to come out and speak out about it, but they're too scared. What they're not afraid of? What secrets him have for no? What secrets does he have for all of you? That you cannot come out and object to what is going on? That you can't counter him? Stand up for your constituencies. What am I thinking, constituencies? Stand up for your arm. You think he's bluffing? You think 47 is bluffing? Let's see.
I think it's some ploy, and that was part of the agreement. These guys are very, very strategic. You have to, I mean, they're not hiding the fact that they're very strategic. I think Mayor Adams is just playing a role in whatever games that they have going on and pretending as if he's infuriated by the money being taken. That was agreed to during that discussion with his court case. I'm positive of that.
Wow. All right. Let's see. I hope that's not the case. But everybody a hypocrite, no sir. Everybody two-faced.
Listen, just look at how they're, right as they came in, there was executive orders flying through the window for everything. This took planning, this took strategy, this took discussion. He's not doing anything of his own. There was high-level discussions with a few billionaires here and there, and these like Walmart, these owners of these large companies, yeah, there was discussion prior to his inauguration. There was full discussion all those time when he was playing golf. I would love to see the visitors list for every time he plays golf. I've watched enough. What's the name of the show with the Don? Godfather. I've watched enough of those shows to know that this move is very strategic, very, very strategic.
Oh boy, you may have a valid point there. You may have a very valid point there, Denise. Let's go back and see what happens on Monday. Let us see what happens on Monday when the surcharge goes into effect. Granted, I prefer the surcharge than them turning off the lights. I will say that. I prefer the surcharge. I don't want them to turn off the light. And the reason I don't want them to turn off the light, it's winter. And you have some, especially the elderly. We don't want anything happening to the elderly in particular. Go ahead, Ja, and then Ja, and then back to Denise. Go ahead, Ja.
I want it off because it will shut down the stock market and the people that are in charge of all the financing for the country. That's why I want it shut down.
Okay. Azi, go ahead.
I agree with everything that Nice said. A lot of it is, one hand washing the other. I wholeheartedly believe some people, the White House intruder definitely has some files on them, and he's hanging some some threats. Some of them might need a pardon. Some of them already, got excused from certain situations that could have put them in jail. And then other business dealings that kind of like under the table as well. Because like she said, it's an orchestrated effort. Like that many pieces don't come together in the puzzle without a strategy that strong. And the strategy is Project 2025, because everything in that is coming to pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly. All right, go ahead, Nice. Thank you, Azi. Go ahead, Nice.
So there was an article, I don't know where I saw it, but it was a news clip yesterday that they were thinking that China was going to retaliate tariff rate for tariff rate. Instead, what China is doing is saying, no, it's fine. You can go ahead and charge whatever you want to charge us. We're going to put the tariff increase on all of your produce. We're going to hit the farmers, which is the bread and basket of your country. That's where we're going to hit you. I don't think Canada wants to charge the tariff. I think they're very hesitant in doing it because they believe in being they believe in talking through this whole thing that Uncle Donald is doing. That bullish approach, they're not accustomed to that and they're not interested in it. Mexico also. But, silently China has created a shipping, which is the whole thing is shipping routes. That's where all of this is going on for, the shipping routes. China has already created a diverted route, a route that will take USA out of the map to reach to the Caribbean and to other locations. And in doing so, that's what Uncle Donald is fighting for. He's trying to protect the shipping trade routes that China can't bypass them. They have to go through USA to do anything that they're doing. And that's why the whole thing with Panama. And if you look at the shipping routes, look at where Panama is located. Look at where Greenland is located. Look at where Mexico is located to the shipping route. Look at where Canada is located to the shipping route. Look at how important Ukraine is to the shipping route. That is what all of this is about. Anybody who controls the shipping routes, that person, that country has a strong arm to negotiate with. And that's why they're behaving the way they're behaving right now.
Bullish tactics indeed. Other
Horrible.
As you say, other than the uncle thing, I agree. Yeah, I have to agree. Makes a lot of sense when you stitch it all together. When we stitch it all together, or when we dissect it, I should say, strip away the layers and look at it, go into the core, and then we build it back from there. Great point. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Niece.
Sorry, let me share with you why the Uncle Donald thing came up. Listen, everything is listening to us. All the devices are listening to us. And they hear our tone and what we say. So listen, I'm going to say Uncle Donald.
No, you're absolutely right.
Knocking at my door.
You're absolutely, no, you have a valid point. And it's something we have spoken about here. Everything from fridge to any electronic device. Let me just put it that way. Any electronic device that we have that has Wi-Fi capability, Bluetooth capability, anything like that, they are listening to us. And them are listen for real, you know. But and it also gives them a sense. And you know something though, on the flip side of that, when we speak favorably, it's sending a false sense of a false approval rating, because so we can critique the policies, speak to the policies, speak to the decisions that are made public, right? And it is okay to say that is whatever it is being done is counterproductive. You're right. Them a listen. Did y'all see what I'm doing in Germany? With him, it was with him, a figurine of him, Elon, and it's three of them. Lord of mercy. Him, Elon, and what the third one? Oh my gosh, I'm not these Germans and I'm playing. And what was interesting, you saw it. Okay, the parade was it? I remember the parade route had police, making sure everything is okay, so that the parade can go on without any interference. I don't remember if answers the third, but I know those two were. It looked like Jade. It could have been him, I don't remember. But I said, listen, the world over there is a different breed than here. Not here. All right, those were our stories out of North America. Up now, it is stories out of the Business and Tech segment. Our Business and Tech news is brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com and take advantage of 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right. And for you folks in Atlanta, that is where Grant Coffee House is headquartered. So, check it out. Definitely check it out. Okay. Business and Tech news. First up, Ontario is putting a 25% surge. Oh, we did that already. Lord have mercy. Next up, Chinese EV makers are facing a reality check in Southeast Asia. So this article, courtesy of finance.yahoo.com, on a recent, no, not that part, scroll down. Okay. BYD's entrance into Vietnam, whose youthful population is keen to buy electric and hybrid cars, underscores both the opportunities and challenges Chinese companies face as they seek to push into Southeast Asia. The region is home to hundreds of millions of affluent consumers and is an obvious landing point for Chinese automakers, which have been cut off from the US and placed on a competitive disadvantage in Europe due to tariffs. But early gains have given way to some harsh realities. While Southeast Asia's upwardly mobile population may aspire to own EVs, still, pricey cars are beyond the reach of many. Access to a reliable electricity source isn't always a given. And even if it were, EV charging infrastructure across many countries is spotty. In some places like Vietnam, consumers prefer more familiar brands. Southeast Asia, which has around 5 million cars on its roads versus some 250 million motorcycles, is a far more complex market than China. That's according to Ron Zheng, a partner at global consultancy Roland Berger GmbH. To crack the region, Chinese car makers will need to navigate different cultures, languages, and regulatory systems. There is no doubt that smart EVs will ultimately replace traditional internal combustion engines. But it took China around 5 years of government driven incentives before consumers started making the switch of their own volition. And you can reference that timeline to Southeast Asia as well. Next up, tech war. China leads US in quantity, quality of semiconductor research. This is up your alley, AT. Right up your alley. I know you're going to have a couple comments on this, but let's go ahead and get into it. According to yahoo.com, China is producing twice as many research papers as the US. We're going to have less research papers as we dumb down education. China is producing twice as many research papers as the US on chip design and fabrication, laying the foundation for a possible leadership role in next generation semiconductor technology, according to a US think tank. While China is behind in advanced semiconductors and is restricted from buying high-end chip-making tools such as the extreme ultraviolet lithography system, which was developed by a Dutch firm, ASML, Chinese scholars published a total of 160,852 chip-related papers from 2018 to 2023, more than the next three ranked countries combined, and this is according to the Emerging Technology Observatory at the Georgetown University. Now, I'm grateful for this article for two reasons. It is highlighting the regression we're making here in the US. We're not progressing. And I am going back to the article that we had just this week as it relates to transgender and transgenic, and not understanding there is a difference between transgender and transgenic. They just hear the word trans and everybody turn idiots. Everybody turn fool. Before doing research, everybody got up in Congress. $8 million. Can you believe it? $8 million being spent to make mice transgender. That is not true. Far from the truth. So let me ask a question. Because of the ignorance that is permeating and running around like a wild chicken with its head cut off, are we going to take away the word transatlantic? Are we going to change the word transportation? How about transport? Transfigure? Are we going to change all of that? Because as we hear the word trans, we automatically think diabolically. We have a one-track mind when we hear trans. Because of what? Go ahead, Jack.
I was going to tell you to take that "we" off of it. You need to put it right where it belongs. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow, Quirky Rants. Come on. Education is important, and we need funding in universities, in colleges, in high schools, stripping away funding, especially in the red states. So are the red states going to then have to rely on the self-sufficient blue states to share information? We don't know. Let me tell you something now. I was cracking up. because I've never seen anything like this. We just hang on to prefixes. Also, we forget to know the right word. Eh? Without digging a little deeper, we all have a device in our hands. Some of we have 10, some of we have 9, some, and so on and so forth. Some of we device filled. We in some people house, everywhere you turn, there's a device. In the bathroom, bedroom, living room, kitchen, patio, there is a device everywhere. And all you have to do is jump on Google. Go to YouTube University. That's all you have to do. And educate yourselves. We cannot just open our mouths and wait for people to pour things in there and we don't even spit it out and say, oh, hold on, something that tastes right. We can't do that, folks. Transgenic mice, or the whole study, is important. It is significant because you know whose life it might save? Yours. Yours. When you take away funding, and guess what? All clinical research, if not all, definitely most of the clinical research that is done at universities. Oh, they never know that? Did they know? Many of them in Congress went to university. Many of them went to universities where research is conducted. And the said research is federally funded so that we, the general population, can benefit from these discoveries, these advancements. But I guess that's not important. That's not important. Medical research is not important. Scientific research is not important. Well, that's the message we're getting. I'm okay with my federal dollars going into research so that a child may have an opportunity to live, to be more integrated. Go ahead, Ozzy.
That's the thing that gets me though. Like, they don't care until it gets really personal. Like, even down to some of the funding that they're cutting, right? Some of that probably won't change until somebody have a loved one who gets some type of ailment, some type of cancer, something. You know, like even the whole abortion thing. One of them might get some side piece pregnant, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, we need to fix this. Tell me I like.
We never see the value or the importance of something until we are affected or we are gravely inconvenienced. Never. That's how it goes.
Yeah, and some of them about to ball right now because Mima and Peepa have a farm somewhere that they get some type of subsidies, and those are about to go out the window.
We can't find it. Out the window, listen to this. Came across. What's this video?
$8 million for making mice transgender. This is real.
No, it's not real, not in the way that you think. The $8 million went to was the University of Cincinnati, the city I live into.
Yeah, that's the thought. That's the thought. I mean, I can only say pray for us at this point. Just pray for us, you know. Alexia had promised to send up a barrel to us from Jamaica. Now we need education from another country. We need education coming to us. We need awareness coming to us. We need something. See, Mac, they're totally. Thank you.
Looks like America is coming close to understanding that with this 4 years, with this clown show in office, medical advances will stop. with all the scientists they're laying off at the National Institutes of Health, with just the ignorance, we are going to have 4 years of no new advancements in cures and alleviating symptoms, in treatments. It stops. And nowhere is that more prevalent, more obvious than at Trump's ridiculous State of the Union, when he said our tax dollars are being sent to University of Cincinnati to turn mice into transgender mice. And those idiots in the room clapped. And I am sure there were millions of ignorant MAGA voters who said, oh, we're turning mice into transgender mice. My graduate work is in toxicology, okay? These kind of studies I completely understand. He's referring to the University of Cincinnati, a study, it's actually an entire department, Transgenic Animal and Genome Editing Core Study. Transgenic, it has the word trans as a prefix, and that is the trigger word that ignorant people get upset about. Trans means across, like transportation, transatlantic, transgression, and of course, transgender. In these studies, it's transgenic, okay? And the specific study, it involves genes, okay? And they're injecting genes with a foreign substance. That's where transgenic comes from, across genes, okay? The goal of this study is to cure genetic conditions. That's the goal of this study. It's huge. It's so important. Specifically, they want to look for ways to, if you're two sets of parents and you're highly likely to genetically pass something really horrible to your offspring, what can you alter transgenically at the embryonic level to prevent your offspring from inheriting that genetic condition? This has nothing to do with turning mice into the opposite gender. Millions of people are that stupid. And now, because of this stupidity, we will have no advancements over the next 4 years. University of Cincinnati, our university hospitals are in the forefront of research, of finding cures, of finding medications and treatments to alleviate our pain, extend our life. And he's fucking sorry. I was trying to time it because she goes off on a rant there. So before they make a decision, is any type of consultation done with professionals to seek clarification? Do we seek any type of clarification whatsoever, or we just go ahead with whatever idea we have in our minds? No? Okay.
You know it. Come on.
No, but why wouldn't he? Okay, first of all, I'm going to read a document before I come on public platform and read something, because even at the point of reading it, like, wait, what did I just write? What did I just read? Let me check the spelling. That don't make any sense. You know, it should kick in as he's speaking it. That don't sound right.
But you say it's how we are trained. It's how we are trained, you know. This not sound safe at all.
Red hat for saying that there's actually somebody, a whole department that is trying to turn an animal into as I'm speaking, I'm like, yes, stop. Stop.
That's exactly how I felt yesterday. It did not make any sense. Why would we need to do that? That should have been the first thing. And then before I go out there and speak to my people, don't you check it? But I guess when people will come back, all he's going to say is he misspoke. but he still won't say he was wrong. That fake news will still be out there. Exactly.
But you know, Ja, he's gonna correct himself, and then the people who need to hear it not going to hear it. They're gonna continue with the conversation and the misinformation.
Have you ever heard that man correct himself?
And then and the, I have a different name for her, niece. I have a totally different name for her. She we can't tell her. She is going to stand up there behind the podium and agree. But remember, she's just 20-something, married to a 60-something-year-old man. So what can we expect? She is in a position where she has to. She can't challenge nothing.
Let me tell you something, right? If you ever meet people who've been in a cult, it's kind of the same vibe. Nothing you say or do will sway them until they absolutely are met with insurmountable evidence that they cannot deny.
Facts. And that's why, in the meantime, we just pray for them and wish them well. We pray for them and we wish them well. That's all I can say.
I don't believe that either, because remember when that person was walking around asking them the difference between Obamacare and the
Affordable Care Act.
Exactly.
And them say, yes, get rid of the Obamacare, never like that thing. No.
Right.
And then they F-ed and F-ed when they realize that
their brain does not work in order to see the differences.
So they may want to go to Mars because Earth is not for them. They can take a trip up to Mars. I mean, if SpaceX can get the thing for at least not explode, they can take a trip to Mars.
I honestly think that they should go there and see what's going on up there and see, just like how he wants to go check on the gold. Yeah, I think he should go to Mars and definitely check to see that the air quality. He should be the first one to be there from the government to go there and test and tell us how perfectly marvelous it is and how bigly everything is, before anybody else goes. I promise you. Listen, what's his name? Putin will be at the telescope looking to see exactly where he is to press that trigger.
Tell us something now. News nice, Let me figure out I watch TV when me have news. No, sir. News nice bad. You can't know, but this is entertainment. This is raw entertainment. And it's not just entertainment that we are privy, that we alone are privy to. You think what we are said bad? You think how we think is bad? Check outside this world. Check outside this country. Just check outside this country. The entire world is laughing at us. Then if them sending thoughts and prayers to us, thoughts and prayers. They're concerned for us, for our well-being, for our safety. In their minds, this is not real. See, Alexa says she got send a barrel away. In the meantime, while we are complaining about $8 million going to transgenic research, China is doubling down. I'm not going to say that what China makes is the best, but they will get it right. They are vested and invested in the future of their country and global power. If you don't notice, they are chipping away and they're laughing at us. And in the meantime, laughing and saying, oh, US, remember, you have a debt with us, don't make we compete, They're laughing at because at some point they are going to come up and say it's time to pay up. We've been carrying this debt for too long. We would like to, liquidate. So, what you got going on? And then they might very well say, as a matter of fact, we're going to stay on one side because we're going to have to spend billions or trillions of dollars to bring America up to speed because we're focused on the wrong things. Folks, please educate those who you can when you can. Jesus have mercy. No, sir. Next up in our business and tech segment, the U.S. trade deficit grew 34% in January. So this means we're importing more than we're exporting. Hey, Reds! That means we're importing more than we're exporting. So there's something wrong, which then tells me that we really can't, we're not in a position to stop exporting. That is what it tells me. Or then, was it because of the tariff threats where people bumped up and increased how much they were going to be importing? Let's get into the article. This one, courtesy of MSN.com. The U.S. trade deficit surged in January as import growth dwarfed a smaller increase in exports. Imports rose 10% to $401.2 billion, while exports climbed by 1.2% to $269.8 billion. That yielded a deficit of $131.4 billion, 34% greater than the $98.1 billion deficit in December. Many economists have attributed surging import activity early this year to efforts by U.S. companies to secure products and manufacturing inputs from overseas before new tariffs went into effect. Imports of industrial supplies and materials grew by $23.1 billion, including a $20.5 billion increase of finished metal shapes. Consumer goods imports rose by $6 billion, mostly reflecting a rise in pharmaceutical imports. Imports of capital goods such as computers, computer accessories, and telecommunications equipment rose $4.6 billion. This article, right here, so I make you know, say, we cannot sustain ourselves. We can't. And it is going to take a while for us to even be able to do that or come remotely close to being able to do that. We rely heavily on imports because we don't make everything here. Everything not grow here. We not produce everything here. So neither do we have the skill set to do everything here. Nor is it feasible to do everything here. Go ahead, Niece. Go right ahead.
See, that's what he's trying to do with the tariffs. But just like, what we do in the Caribbean, there's a time when there's a glut on the market, for example, of produce. And it is during that time that a tariff is imposed on any imports, giving a chance for the local farmers to sell their stuff without competition from external. It's just in the same way in St. Lucia. There are a lot of things that you can't import because what they do is, which takes planning, which takes time, they say, okay, fine, we import 10,000 pounds of pineapples every month. We're going to identify this particular land, that particular land. We're going to provide financing for farmers. You can come here, get the financing. We will give you a company like RADA to go in and assist you with development and irrigation and all that kind of thing so that you can be a successful farmer. It takes time, it takes steps. Bahamas does the same thing. Jamaica does the same thing. Other Caribbean islands, other places do it. It is not used as a weapon to try and upstage somebody or anything. The tariff is used to encourage local production, buy what is available in your area. He's using it as a weapon, and he's implementing it before things are in place in the US to offset these imports. So there's going to be a total crash before persons are able to rebound and adjust. All those farmers who were selling to USAID through those contracts, they sell in bulk. The domestic market, look at what is happening with the farmers in Florida, the farmers in California. There's nobody to pull the crops in now that they're ready to be reaped. So then, of course, all that money has gone down the drain because they don't have anybody to process the farm. So nothing is wrong with what he's doing, but there's steps to it, and there's a whole reason behind doing it. You want to encourage local production, you want to encourage local purchase, you do it step by step. Here's an opportunity. We're importing this. This is something that we can do domestically. Let us do this. As opposed to everything across the board, and you don't have the infrastructure for it in your own country.
But here's the thing, niece, and this is something I have said several times, and we have spoken about several times on Coffee over the years. He had 10 years to get things in play, to set things in motion. How 10 years? He started campaigning in 2015. He went in office in 2016. The entire time in office, what negotiations happened? Who did he engage with so that we could get manufacturing going? At least let us start with, let us say we have a laundry list of 20 things that we deem possible to be made here in the US. Of those 20 things on the list, let us start with 5. Just 5. Let's pick up 5. Which are the 5 most lucrative ones that we can start right now? Let us set up shop. Was anything done? No, nothing was done. All right, he got out of office in 2020. While he was out of office, instead of driving fear into people and constantly gaslighting and bad-mouthing undocumented immigrants, why didn't he take that time? Because he still had attention. Every day when you turn on the news, it was still his name being called, right? Why didn't he take those 4 years out of office to drum up support from potential industrialists, from people who would be able to set up shop, open up factories so that we could start making things here? He did nothing. And nobody can tell me saying no, he didn't do a damn thing. Absolutely nothing. He wasted time. Because had he done that and him get back in office now, and we hear that plants open up and running, ready to roll, guess what? He'd have shut me up. He'd have shut up a lot of us. We'd be like, you know what? He's delivering. May have been a little late, but he's delivering. All we have is this one bag of talk, and we can't take care of ourselves.
Here's the thing. Before here in the US, I don't remember what year it was or where it was when it happened. When I don't know if you remember, there are stories where people would go to work, their manufacturing companies that they work at, go to work, and the whole manufacturing plant was closed down and moved to Mexico or moved to Ecuador or moved to. You remember that period? That was because just as in the Caribbean, if you don't have an oil well that you're pulling from, of course the labor costs and utilities is going to be very expensive, and it's going to put you at a disadvantage. Yeah, it's going to Trinidad, for example. Trinidad is a perfect example. Why do we import water from Trinidad? Why do we import coconut and food that we have in Jamaica from Trinidad? Because it is cheaper to manufacture them there because they have their own fuel. When you take it, you purchase from them and take it to another country, you have an import bill, you have utilities, you have all those kind of bills that you have to add to your product and then mark it up. And that's what he's not understanding. Yes, we can manufacture them here, but our cost is going to be that much higher than our competitors.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead. He needs to go back to when you're in class and you have to do group projects, a group project is needed at this point in time. We need a
But wait moments. Because Niche just said something that is very important. And it has to do with the price of doing business here, right? That is why they sent all the business overseas.
Was it the price to do business here, or because they want to capitalize as much as they can on profits?
But yes, it costs too much to do things here. So we're going to send it overseas to where we won't have to pay people what we will request, right? Because we need more money in order to have a good life, let me say that, or at least some type of livable wage. We're not going to accept $2 an hour when you charge us $10 for rent. So to even bring manufacturing back to the United States, they need a better plan. And honestly, I don't know what that plan is.
Good point. Is it doable? Is it doable? Valid point. Is it doable? Can we do it?
He just needs to wave that pen on that executive order and start with the eggs. Roll back. People need to live a dignified way. Nobody wants to be on welfare. Well, maybe half of the states probably.
Yes. Remember, welfare was created for a specific group of people, you know. Let's not forget.
But nobody wants to be in that position unnecessarily. Persons are forced in that position because the system, how the system is structured, it's just not affordable. Like half of Walmart people, half of the Walmart employees, they're probably on some kind of welfare level while they're working their full-time jobs. How many benefits they offer to the employees just to get them to come in and stay in. They give them medication, I don't know if it's grants or loans or opportunities or some other kind of benefit to try and lure them in and try to keep them there, you know, because they know they're paying them a very, very low rate.
Most Walmart employees are on receive benefits because the pay is not enough for them to be able. And then the other thing that is happening too is that a lot of these large corporations, these large companies that are in the retail business, a lot of them pay just barely above minimum wage, and a lot of them have scaled back on the number of hours. So a lot of their full-time employees have now become part-time employees, unfortunately. And so of course, if my hours are now cut, that is loss of income, I can't do overtime to make it up, and you know, and overtime kicks in after 40 hours. So now I'm only getting 30 hours a week or 20 hours a week. Guess what? I have to live somewhere. I have to feed my family. I have to pay my bills. So I'm going to head to the welfare office and I am going to get the help that I can, because I might not ever forget a second job. It's not always practical. So we come to think of it, niece. I could talk for a second. And anybody else, put it in the chat. Dr. Sharon. Job. How many of us coming from Jamaica or from the Caribbean work 2 jobs?
What is that?
I was talking to somebody today. Me tell us I never worked 2 jobs in my life yet, and I will never work 2 jobs in my life. Oh, me? You're mad.
So the folks that Jamaicans have 10 jobs are wrong?
No, okay, so that thing started if you watch the Adesoji speaks conversation they did with Aya, it started with the Jamaicans in England to be able to afford to live. But me, I tell you, say me personally, me never worked 2 jobs in my life. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I am not killing myself. I'm not doing it, John.
I don't know where I would have the capacity or space to work 2 jobs, because what I do is already like 3 jobs. Right? And even if I work normal hours, I wouldn't want to work 2 jobs. I'm burnt out as is. It's not feasible.
Yeah. Listen, we're killing ourselves in this country, no, Dr. Sharon. You see people are killing themselves with 2, 3 jobs, you know.
I can't do it.
I'm not made up for it. I'm sorry. I'm not cut out for it. I'm have to think about my mental and my physical. Because you know how many people must do 3 jobs and where the money go? In a hospital bill, in a doctor bill.
Yeah. It's not feasible.
Back in Jamaica, but this then again is different. You have like a yard space depending on where if you're a country. You have your little garden, your home garden, and you can use that. You grow 2 chicken. But then again, you live a simpler life. But here it's a rat race. Okay, what did I say a while ago why they would restrict it for audiences? What am I just saying? Simpler life, rat race.
Why you want to repeat it?
Well, guess what? We know nobody else can see the live. It's no longer being pushed because I guess we're talking about a simpler life. Nobody else, or either somebody. Hold on a second. You know, send me fast on this. Your life contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason violates coming together. Okay, so somebody report to it. It's okay.
What? For what?
For somebody that them feelings.
About what?
I don't know.
This is the most asinine thing ever because you've never said anything that directed to anybody personally, first of all. I guess so.
And that's the thing with social media. Any platform you're on, you know, if somebody don't like what you say, even if you're not saying anything offensive, them can report you. And they don't because of AI. Mute up 1 second, Denise. A lot of feedback. Because of AI, who is doing the monitoring for us, there is no way to really validate. So them just shut you down. Them just restrict whatever them to restrict and keep it moving. AI do everything. So I guess. Oh, you know what it is? Probably we are speaking from a place of privilege because we've had the opportunity to experience life outside of the US. I mean, a simple life, but la life nonetheless. Rat race. Once the haters can find you, it means you're growing to where they can see you. AT laughing after me over your up on YouTube. AT, you can go and laugh. You can go and laugh. So go.
I'm sorry. I'm listening in and out. You said you got what happened? They shut your feed off?
They're restricted. That means they're no longer pushing it out because of something that was just said. Because we're talking about the economy and the deficit, and we are trained to do, as we have all been trained to do, if not in school, definitely in the home, because we converse, we have conversations that are insightful. We don't take things at face value. We were taught from a very early age to think, right? Critically think.
Yeah, don't. One monkey don't stop the show. So the show goes on. I understand we don't want the platform to acknowledge it, but see them again one day. Keep going. It's just it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely, there was no reason. I thought I missed some part of the conversation.
No, you didn't.
There was no reason to restrict anything. But go on, Father TikTok. Do your thing. Do your thing.
That's how I go. That's how I go. I mean, them have a saying, when you throw a stone in a hog pen and they squeal, then them get licked. Something upon them. The truth always hurts, but it is what it is. America, I'm sorry to have to say this, but we are not in a position to be throwing tariffs left, right, and center, because it's only going to cripple us, the consumers. We are already operating in serious financial with serious financial constraints. Our paychecks are not going up. As you said, Jack, you can't be paying me $2 and expect me to pay $10 in rent. It's not going to work. There is going to be a deficit. We have to be practical, right? We have to be practical with our processes. And before we can roll something out, let us see to it that we have measures put in place. Before someone is promoted on a job, and I'm speaking from a corporate perspective, before one is promoted on a job, we ready that person. We train that person, right? We get them ready for the promotion so that when it is time for them to transition into the new role, guess what? They're already prepared and they're able to hit the floor running. That is how a business works. And I did not attend Wharton School of Business, nor do I need to attend the Wharton School of Business to understand that concept. It is called common sense. And for you farmers who are feeling the brunt of what is going on, I don't know what to tell you. But you should have exercised common sense and insight, because you know, for example, you're into dairy farming or cattle ranching. And we can talk because we did have some cow. So I'm going to tell you how it goes. Before you can sell the cow to the butcher, you have to fatten up the cow. You have to get the cow ready. It takes 2 years from birth to maturity before that cow can be put on the market for sale. So we're preparing the cow, we feed the cow, we give it the fruits and the grass and all the nutrients it needs. We bathe the cow them with a thing called wash to keep off ticks and fleas and all of that. Because we want the cow them pretty. And then when the 2-year mark come around and we believe that they're ready, well, guess what? We call the butchers. And then the butchers come, them inspect, and them say, yes, we like this. And onto the truck it goes and off to the slaughterhouse. It's business. Think, people, think. Critical thinking is something that needs to start taking place at the, as a matter of fact, pre-K level. We're lacking critical thinking skills. Next up. At least we get to laugh with this next one, because laugh I shall. According to the Associated Press via WSVN, SpaceX's latest Starship test flight ends with another bang. Let's take a listen to this one.
Also this noon, debris from a SpaceX launch that exploded spotted from South Florida. The fireball is lighting up the night sky and causing problems for flights taking off. 7's Alex Browning is live in Miami with more. Alex.
And Lorena, it wasn't a bird, it wasn't a plane, it certainly was not Superman. Plenty of folks had their sight on the skies last night as that rocket disrupted and broke apart in the night sky.
Sorry, it was a bad report. I hope that's not like a meteor
From Tamarack
or some type of plane.
to Plantation and in Miami, a Spacely site over South Florida as a SpaceX test flight Thursday goes wrong.
Is that me? Is that me? Oh my God.
It was no meteor,
Mira, mira.
Mira, fuego. But unmanned rocket 90 miles above Earth exploding mid-flight. A view from the International Space Station.
And we just saw some engines go out. It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
The Starship rocket blasted off from Texas, carrying 4 mock satellites.
What an incredible sight.
Its booster caught correctly on the ground by what engineers call the chopsticks, but in the sky.
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle.
8 minutes into the mission, the rocket's spinning through space. Why? Still unclear.
So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now.
Debris from the incident also lighting up the night sky in the Caribbean. The rocket's planned trajectory would have taken it towards the Indian Ocean for re-entry half a world away.
Essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment.
This explosion comes nearly 2 months after another SpaceX incident sent flaming debris raining down on the Turks and Caicos after a series of fuel spills started a fire and the craft's self-destruct feature kicked in as planned. This time, quite a sight to see in South Florida, but nothing to worry about.
The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle.
And SpaceX this afternoon saying that the debris should have fallen in a predetermined location and nothing toxic was on board.
Hold on. So they knew it was going to fall apart if they're going to say that it should have fallen in a predetermined location. So let me ask that question. SpaceX. Oh, Jesus have mercy. How not going to manage FAA responsibilities? You don't know what the skies look like up there? The disruption that was caused yesterday because of this madness, this foolishness, this disaster, this joke.
So they have contingencies if it does what happened. I don't know if I can say it, but the contingency is if it unalives itself, it will fall in certain.
Dismantle. Let me call it dismantle.
If it dismantles, it will fall in certain areas. They have the trajectory of where the rocket should go, and they should have some type of assumption if that goes awry as well.
Me just want to know, Ja, if how them are going to take on FAA when them can't manage one little something will go up. Them lose connection. So
when they say they lost connection, it had already
gone.
Whatever.
It was already up in space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the air, in the space above our head.
I think it had already. No, didn't they lose it after it broke down? They didn't lose it before it broke down. They lost it after it broke down. Am I wrong?
So it separates, right? So it becomes 2 pieces.
Yes.
The bottom piece came back to Earth as it should and went back to base. The other piece that was left up there that was still going, they lost contact with that before it exploded.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we please see to it that we have all the FAA employees who were let go put back in place, please? Can we go back to pre-January 20, please? I was okay. I was comfortable. Pre-January 20. Post-January 20? No. I spoke about Naturalist, who is the owner of KMZ Radio, that he said when he was on the flight, 50% full. That's it. People now fly like them used to. Can you blame people? Airlines are being impacted. Can the different airlines please appeal to Washington that we need the old staff back? We were safer with the old staff because they had all the training and the experience and the expertise to handle multiple aircraft moving across the sky. Because this is not this. What is happening here? I'm sorry, we're not appreciative of this. And then the airports, both Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport, and the Miami International Airport, planes had to be stalled. Let me ask a question. You know, understand, so when there is a delay with an aircraft, there is a bill that is provided to them. Is Washington aware of this? When there is a delay, is SpaceX aware of this? Whenever a flight is delayed, there is a penalty that is assessed. There is a dollar figure that is assessed to airline companies because they're expected to take off and land within a certain time. They're supposed to depart and from the gate at a certain time. They're supposed to take off. Know this? So you're putting financial constraints on airlines who just want to get to their next destination safely. This bill needs to be given to SpaceX. Them need to put the bill for every airline, for every flight that was delayed. I sincerely hope they were not assessed. No assessment put on them. And if an assessment was put on them, take them to court. Backside. You don't want to run business, but you don't know how to run business. You think that's a business go? This is carelessness. And the reason why he went after the Department of Transportation and the FAA and all of them is because of what happened when they were trying to ground him, because they knew that they were not ready. And in retaliation, this is what happened. They went after the FAA. How dare you, right? Well, now, again, sometimes we have to let things happen, allow things to unfold and play out for everybody to wake up and recognize that the decisions that are being made, the actions that are taking place are not beneficial, but rather have serious consequential repercussions. And we are the ones feeling it. Backside. You think how we call this a Milton board game? This is reality. This is not Celebrity Apprentice. This is reality. And I'm not trying to get all twisted up and emotional about it, but it's reality. My reality, your reality, the reality of those who work in whatever sector is affected by the decisions, the erratic decisions that are being made, the petty decisions that are being made. There is a term for it, but unfortunately, I can't use it. I can't say it because it will flag me again. Come on, man. That was our business and tech segment brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to grandcoffeehouse.com, shop today, and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And now it's time for Health and Science News. Our Health and Science News is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. A massive how you pronounce it? Because the first time I hear about this type of goldfish, the megalodon. I think I said it right. First time hearing about this type of goldfish. Anyway, it was caught in Presque Isle, Pennsylvania. It's massive, and it serves as a good reminder of why people should not release their pets into the wild. This is according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The federal agency shared a photo of a gigantic goldfish, captioning it, "Your pet store goldfish after 2 years in the wild. Call me Megalodon." The post went viral with over 15,000 likes and nearly 5,000 shares on Facebook. The fish was found during an electrofishing survey, in Presque Isle on Lake Erie, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service shared it to raise awareness for Invasive Species Week. This goldfish is not supposed to be here, but someone released it thinking they were being kind. Instead, they created an invasive problem that can last decades. So while your goldfish may look tiny now without a tank limiting its size, the Fish and Wildlife Service says it can balloon into a football-sized invader. The agency says a single goldfish released into the wild can grow to be up to 4 pounds. Ooh. The bottom feeders stir up sediment, uproot plants, and make the water murky, disrupting aquatic ecosystems and making it harder for native fish and plants to survive. All right, so any of you that have as it's every time it was, let me get that piece, Scott. Folks, when you have your pets, please do not just release them into the wild, okay? Number one, many of them can't even survive in the wild. You ever see the one when them say you're a house dog?
I want to know what's in the wild that allows them to get that big, though. It can't. What are they eating?
I don't know. The food that's available there, whatever is available there.
So I'm saying that because is it that the water is infected with something to make them grow?
I don't think so, because there's other wildlife that live, native fish in it, that live there. So I don't think it's anything infecting them. Otherwise, it would affect the other fish. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't want to think, because fish does not survive in polluted water, right? A lot of times when there's pollution or there are toxins, what usually happens? Them turn on them side and end up on the shores. No, so there's something that doesn't work with their system, perhaps. Their behavior is not conducive to the maintenance of this the ecosystem. Go ahead, niece. Go ahead.
The same thing. It's something to do with evolution. I don't know the correct term for it. No, we have. I've heard about it. I've never seen any. You have fish that when during the drought they bury themselves so deep down in the ground and they survive during this period, and you have fish that are able to come out of the ocean or the river or whatever, the lake, whatever it is, and they're able to walk on them. They have adapted. So that's what's happening with the goldfish or some of those small fish. Once they're in the bowl, there's some amount of stunting that happens, which is like some natural genetic thing that happens that causes them to stay small in the bowl. But once they go into nature, nothing stops them. The whole need to survive, they get bigger naturally.
That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense what you say. When you think about container gardening, when you put a lemon tree in a container, you limit its potential. You take it out of the container and you put it in the ground where its roots are allowed to or are able to spread. The tree grows bigger. Makes sense. Makes sense. So containers do restrict. You put them out there in the wild, in nature, where I guess they belong. They will flourish.
So those sci-fi movies where you have the animals that are supposedly flushed and then they become big monsters is true.
It's quite possible. Quite possible. You're talking about Finding Nemo?
No, back in the day
I
they
know.
had oh, okay.
I know. I'm just being messy. I'm being very messy. All right. I want to say thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube Live. Thank you so much for thank you so much for your support, and thank you to everyone on TikTok Live. Don't forget to hit go to the bio and click on the link to subscribe to the Coffee Into YouTube channel. Thank you for all the hearts. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you for the shares. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, next up, 5 facts about the human body you probably didn't know. Let's get into this.
Hey, you almost get to 15K likes.
So go on top of the screen, Mr. President, do your thing. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, oh no, I'm going with ourselves. We're not tapping ourselves on the shoulder, patting ourselves on the back. Y'all, I'm proud of y'all. Y'all are amazing, amazing, amazing. But Mr. President, they flag we are restricted right now. You aren't here for the restriction piece. But yeah, we've been restricted. But anyway, for the rest of the show. We'll be, when we come back Monday, we're good again. Or if I were to, probably later on, I don't know. But anyway, 5 facts about the human body you probably didn't know. This article comes to us courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. The human body is a remarkable and complex entity that has fascinated scientists and lay people alike for centuries. While you may know the basics of anatomy and physiology, countless intriguing details often go unnoticed. Here are 5 captivating facts about the human body that might surprise you. Number 1, the heart creates enough pressure to squirt blood. Your heart is not just a simple pump, it's a powerhouse. The heart generates sufficient pressure to propel blood out into the arteries at an impressive speed. When you consider that the heart pumps about 7 milliliters of blood with each beat, the pressure can reach up to 120 millimeters in the arteries. This remarkable force means that blood can squirt as far as 30 feet when a heart is still beating, which is a reminder of the incredible power contained within this vital organ. Number 2, the human body has more bacteria than cells. Though we often think of ourselves as distinct entities, our bodies are home to trillions of microorganisms. There are roughly 10 times more bacterial cells in your body than there are human cells. This microbiome contributes to several essential processes, including digestion and immune function, showcasing how intricately intertwined our health is with the invisible world around us. Number 3, you generate enough heat to boil water. The human body produces a remarkable amount of heat through metabolic processes. In fact, at rest, a person can generate enough heat to boil about half a gallon of water within an hour. This is due to the energy produced by the biochemical reactions occurring in our cells, highlighting the incredible amount of energy we create daily, even when we're simply sitting still. And can you imagine us in menopause? And number 4, bones are stronger than steel. While we often think of bones as fragile structures, they are surprisingly durable. Human bones are approximately 5 times stronger than steel when comparing weight for weight. The design and structure of bone tissue make it capable of withstanding significant stress and pressure, which is crucial for supporting the body's weight and protecting vital organs. This extraordinary strength is why, even as we age, maintaining bone health is critical to preventing fractures and ensuring overall vitality. And number 5, your nose can detect over 1 trillion scents. While it's commonly believed that humans can only identify about 5,000 scents, research has revealed that our olfactory abilities are far more advanced. In reality, our noses are capable of distinguishing over 1 trillion different smells. This incredible sense of smell plays an essential role in taste and memory, making it a powerful trigger for emotions and experiences throughout our lives. So there you have it, folks. 5 facts about the human body that you probably didn't know. So yes, we are superheroes. Put on our capes and let's get going. Yeah, I think we take our bodies for granted. We don't treat our bodies and respect our bodies the way we ought to. What's up, Mr. President? Yeah, we need to respect our bodies a little more. The bodies can do an amazing thing. It can heal itself. But I want to go back to the first part. The heart creates enough pressure to squirt blood. And when it said that, blood can be squirted at least 30 feet away when the heart is still beating. I thought about oxytocin and the conversation we had about that and the possibility of it being banned by our darling number 47, right? And I remember Dr. Sharon going in depth because, of course, she is a board certified OBGYN who uses it and explained to us the importance of oxytocin. She talked about hemorrhaging, women who deliver, and what can happen. Things can go left in delivery. I thought about that. You know, terms of endearment. Sometimes, I tell you something, Ja, a lot of people lacked affection or the display, even though some of them grew up with money, you'd have think some, there would be love. No, not necessarily. A lot of people grew up without affection, without attention. And unfortunately, they become adults and we now have to deal with it, right? So probably we need to be pouring on love, affection, letting him know what love feels like. Because I know the person that presumably is by the side. I don't think that person loves or displays love.
If you could have heard me kiss my teeth a few minutes ago.
I need a Nigerian to do it for me because I can't do it too good. I know. Look like my mouth I get weak. Yeah, but some people do lack love. Seriously speaking, let us not all take it for granted that everybody had the opportunity to experience genuine affection. You better believe it. And I think we're seeing that on display. Yes, Mommy Dearest is there. Yes, Daddy Dearest was there. Yes, they made sure I wanted for nothing. Yes, they left me a fortune. Yes, I was able to travel the world. Yes, I was able to have people at my beck and call. Yes, I was able to wear the finest clothing and go to the most prestigious schools, but I did not experience love. And we're seeing that on display.
I didn't experience it that much either. But when someone makes you feel good and when someone doesn't.
Okay. So that boils down to individuality, one making a personal choice to either wallow in what they lacked and blame everybody else, or try to align themselves with people who as they killing me as I put that in. Okay. I don't even know what I cannot say anymore. I'm done. If you're on TikTok,
good one.
The consequences of looking for love, put it that way, and that love came at a cost. Done. I am done with all of it. I have no behavior, none whatsoever. Well, folks, that brings us to the end of another episode of Caffeine Talk. That was our final article.
Moments where you do that, you get blacklisted.
Don't know what we were talking about. The article at hand was the one about the deficit with trade, the trade deficit. And we were having good conversation, I would want to say, and the lack of preparedness with the US on the part of the US, more specifically, the failure of 47 to prepare. He had 10 years to prepare to for the country to at least be able to manufacture some things and reduce the import bill. But instead, what was happening over the past 10 years was a lot of driving fear and division and, the whole 9 yards. So we were talking about that. We were having good conversation about that. And I said rat race and something else. I'm be honest, it's something flag, get flagged. But when I opened it, apparently somebody reported me. Do I need to go off like a Jamaican
So that is
TikToker?
that's what you say. Like sometimes people listening from the outside and
Exactly.
they could flag you, you don't even know.
Exactly. So somebody's feelings got hurt. We said nothing wrong. We didn't use any of the words in here, the verbiage that could come across as a an issue. We used none of those words. But as they had made a point that the haters are gonna hate. But like what's his name said, my thing is you stay on the outside and hate. But I get it. You can't even get in the club. In the words of Chris Breezy. But I get it. Nobody hates you as you unless you're doing the right thing. Not so. Nobody are gonna hate you unless you're doing the right thing or you're doing something that spirits can handle. Yeah, so we got restricted. So them no longer pushing it through the for today, that is for the rest of the show. It will no longer be pushed to people. But it's all right, we all good. Let me tell you something, what people have to understand is that in this thing called life, we are going to come across obstacles, right? Especially if you believe in what it is that you're doing. And if what you're doing is right. Remember, now, people like to go with what is wrong. We're so accustomed to indulging and entertaining and taking part in what is wrong. So that when something right come along, you're like, hold on, man, this not feel normal. Something up. This not work with me. I mean, I like it. But instead of trying to understand it, we oppose it. And since I'm saying that, I'm going to talk about this family. Lovely family. Love them. The soap factory in Jamaica. Love it. Love them. Love their videos. Their videos are organic. In my mind, in my opinion, they are rich. They're wealthy because they eat healthy. They live a simple lifestyle. They grow their own food. They make natural soaps in Jamaica, right? They have a soap business. So hence the name Soap Factory. It's a couple, a Rastafarian couple. They have 5 boys. Melchizedek, and I hope I didn't butcher it, Emmanuel, Joshua, Kojo, and oh my gosh, Kofi. Yes, those are the 5 names. Joshua is building a house on family land. Stone house. Me tell you, the house nice. The house nice, can done. He and his family are building that house. But anyway, long story short, another TikToker brought Joshua on. Must to do a little competition. They have the TikTok battles. Well, that TikToker was engaged with another TikToker, another Jamaican TikToker. And I don't know what the hell happened. But let me tell you something. The TikToker that brought on Joshua left, and it was just this female TikToker and Joshua. And one heap of bad words start come out of the woman's mouth. So, of course, Joshua left. And, of course, the entire Jamaica are come down panar because what we have to understand, Jamaicans, I want to talk to you for a quick second. Not everybody communicates using expletives right out the gate. There are some of us, you have to piss us off before we start cursing. Some of us don't use that language none at all. Some of us like simplicity, calmness. Not every Jamaican is wired up and ready to tangle and carry on like a big reggae tape. We're not all like that. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other. I'm not saying that any one Jamaican is better than another Jamaican. We just make different choices. And we choose to conduct ourselves in different ways. Because I watched the video and there was no need for the behavior. It was totally unnecessary. And I'm noticing a lot of Jamaican TikTokers on TikTok, when they're doing their battles, I have to quickly scroll by. And I'm not going to lie, I have to quickly scroll by. It makes me cringe. Some of the things that are here coming out of their mouths. And if that's what I have to do to grow an audience, it's okay. I'm okay. And everybody is displaying this bad behavior and giving the impression that that's how all Jamaicans are. And we're not all like that. And I don't know if you're pretending because you recognize that some people conduct themselves that way and are able to gain popularity. And so you feel that you have to follow suit. No, you don't have to. Chart your own path. It may take you longer to get to your destination, but you will get there. You have to believe in yourself. You have to have some standards. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. We don't have to follow what everybody else do. We're a nice people. We're a loving people. Why can't we show more of that for the taps and roses and the money gun and the lion and the this and the that and the blah, 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 blah. And you know what? To those who support it, I guess that's what I really like. What can I say? I must say that I really like. The baga baga waga waga foolishness. Do not assume that because I am Jamaican, that you should approach me the way you approach everybody else. Don't assume. Don't do that. Let us start off in a civil fashion. And then when you get to know me, and you figure out, let's see if we connect along the way. But to fly out the gate with the aggression, it's not necessary. We can do better. We can do better. But I'll tell you something, it worked for Joshua. What was meant for I'm tell us, you say God don't play with God. Do not play with God. A lot of times, what is meant to harm us works for us in the end. Because no, the whole of Jamaica, a lot of people, whether in Jamaica or out of Jamaica, a lot of people have rallied behind Joshua. And you want to say, oh, Joshua account on TikTok blow the heck up. Increased. I think now he is at some 200 and something thousand followers. All because of that. So a lot of times we think we're hurting somebody. Those same actions, you end up propelling the person. And I want to applaud everybody that rallied behind him. So that reinstates my faith in my people. To know that certain things we're not going to condone. Certain things we're not going to tolerate. And that's what we need to keep doing. Uplifting. Right? Yeah. Now he is at Go on with yourself, Joshua. Go on with yourself, Joshua. He is now at 314,000 followers. Proud of him. So I'm going to make you hear what he sounds like. He speaks in the third person a lot of the time. I don't know if you have ever seen him. I'm going to encourage you. Follow the family, the soap factory. Yeah, lovely family out of Jamaica.
Today, Joshua was showing us that him can peel out one coconut with a piece of stick. First thing Joshua do, him ram his stick in the ground and make sure he in there nice and strong. Then him a go a coconut tree. Somebody put one leather on the coconut tree. Joshua don't need leather because Joshua do an excellent job of climb coconut tree. Joshua just climb up a tree, grab one coconut, and then jump back down. Very easy. Now, Joshua pick up a coconut, and then he will carry, go peel it out with his stick.
And all of his videos?
Start with a TikTok live, and you would have like some interest. Today, me I put one stone on my stone pile.
And that is how he talks. And yeah, you have some people, another thing I want to tune, right? I don't understand some of them. How are you going to attack the family and talk about them illiterate? Do you know the people then? So these children are homeschooled. Don't listen to all them talk. They're intelligent young men. People have said, the username is
if you just start with a
Joshua, hold on, you know what? I'm going to send it to you on TikTok.
interesting idea what you can do on live.
So pause. I'm going to send it to you, Dr. Sharon. I sent you, oh yeah, yes. Where is it? I just tapped the thing. What me do wrong? What did I do wrong? So most of the time they talk in patois. That's what you're gonna hear. And if from my understanding, patois is our language. It's Jamaican. Not so. So how we going to have a problem with how him talk? How Jamaicans going to have a problem with how him talk? Or how any of the children talk? No, uno say we fi talk more patois. No, uno say people fi learn to understand the patois. No, uno say a part of who we be. So how we going to knock it on the other hand? I don't understand. Are we confused people? What do we want? We want the patois, we don't want the patois. But me can't tell you one thing. Yes, I do speak the Queen's English. But there are times, depending on how I'm feeling, I'm going to switch. I am going to switch. That doesn't mean, if you hear me talking patois, that doesn't mean me not have no education. I want to come from. You got it, Dr. Sharon? I sent it to you on TikTok. That don't mean I don't have no education. What you know about me? You're going to assume automatically. We need to stop that. Not because they walk around barefoot. You're going to assume that they're wild. Me never like wear shoes when I grew up. You know how much time my parents run me to go put on shoes when I'm outside? Ghana bush. No shoes. Go ahead, please.
You know, I think persons need to remember the history of Rastafarianism, whatever the current terminology is. Because back in the days, they never used to wear shoes. And that back in our days and before. Yeah, they were the true Rastas, not these fashion dreads that are out there now. That was part of the culture of being a Rasta. Because of the stigmatism, even back then, they started wearing what we are wearing now as a sandal to the beach. They started wearing that, but it was made from natural products, leather, and those kind of quality products. So what those kids are doing now is because they've not been exposed to traveling, they've not been exposed to the internet, they've not been exposed to the clubs, and they're speaking like what they're accustomed to hearing. They're dressing like, what they have been introduced to. So what they're doing is no different from if you go to Brazil There are probably certain indigenous people who are still doing that. There are certain parts of Africa, there are indigenous people who are still doing that. There are very few Rasta communities now who still practice that. If you go deep into certain Caribbean group persons who are religious to their Rastafarianism, and that is how they behave, and that is how they act and speak and dress.
The only difference with them, niece, they have technology at their fingertips. That's the difference with them. And they travel. They do travel because the other thing, I want to believe the mother, they have relatives in the States. And this is another thing that got me. One of the grandmother that they went to visit, I want to think is up there in the Northeast. If it's Boston, somewhere up that side. They went to visit the grandmother. The grandmother happens to be white. And some of the comments I saw under the video that they posted from Jamaicans made me sick. All because you realize now that this child's or these children's grandmother is white. Was sickening. You were okay. Some people were okay, but the minute they found out that the grandmother was white, they started to have a problem with it. The better people.
So unfortunately, that is what's going to happen when you open up yourself to the world, because there are some people that don't have a positive bone in their body. They always have to find something negative to say about something. So when you open yourself up to the world, you also have to make sure that you have a strong back. Bottom line.
Facts. Absolutely. Because you're right, Ja. There are some people who just sit down and no matter what, it's as though them have an evil spirit. Or them listen to the devil was sit down on their shoulder. I don't know. Every day just get up and choose negativity, violence. Every day.
Every single day.
Jesus. People not get tired.
I was looking at something this morning and a woman posted something. She was an influencer and she was in the airport. And a person wrote a note to her on a napkin and just left it in front of her and walked away. And basically the note said, I have traveled all over the world, but you are the beautifulest sight I've ever seen. They didn't leave their phone number. They didn't stop to talk. They just put that note right in front of her. And they said that people online, instead of saying that was a beautiful gesture, they were saying, oh, he, which was a man, that was him flirting, or that was him trying to get with you, or whatever. Instead of just saying, someone just put a smile on somebody's face. They came with a whole bunch of other things instead of leaving it right there.
Wow. So we don't even know how to receive, huh?
No. But again, she put it on social media. So what I always say, this world is yin and yang. You have good, you have evil, you have positive, you have negative. You're going to always have one or the other, or both at the same time.
Let me ask a question, Jazz. Since you said, let me ask you a question. Are we innately bad? We have to be taught to be good. And I'm talking about all human beings, every single one of us. As long as we're a human being. Is it that we come out of the womb with programmed to be bad and we have to learn to be good?
So we've spoke about different things that move throughout our genes, right? Our DNA. So there are certain things that come out of our DNA, right? and then how you are grown in the world, you learn from that. I think everyone learn from experiences. Some people can take an experience and unfortunately they're never able to see maybe a positive side to it. So they stay in that, whatever that feeling is, that experience gave them. And then there's other people that one day you just wake up and you say, you know what? I don't want to feel this way anymore. I don't want to speak this way anymore. I don't want to be this person anymore. I want to be a different person. But I think it's always there. Like I said, you're always going to have a good and a bad. I don't know. I do feel that some people are born bad. I do feel that, unfortunately. But I also feel that that person can change if they want to, if they set the intention, if their experiences are leading them or showing them that there's a different way to be. I mentioned to you guys before that when I first came around my family here, they used that N-word. I don't like that N-word. I don't like that B word. And I mentioned to them, I don't like that around me. And now it's not said. And I think it's because they respect me. They respect my feelings for certain things.
Okay.
They set that intention. You know what? Ja doesn't like that. So I'm going to change that when I'm around her.
So people treat us the way we allow them to treat us. We have to set the tone. To some degree, no?
Some degree, yes.
Yeah,
To some degree, yes.
and if they insist on not honoring or respecting our request, then guess what? Remove yourself.
Exactly.
Remove yourself.
Exactly.
And do it unapologetically.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because guess what? You're not going to be everybody cup of tea. It's not going to happen.
Like what just happened earlier in your show.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We're not everybody's cup of tea. All right, that being said, let me go ahead and end the YouTube live. Thank you so much to my YouTube family, my CIT YouTube family. Thank you for hanging out with me, with the rest of us here on TikTok. We are going to be back on Monday morning. The YouTube live starts at 9:30 a.m. Want to wish you all a wonderful weekend. Please get some rest. Hit that reset button. Be good to yourselves. Be good to someone else. Spread love because Lord knows the world needs more love. All right. Don't forget to share the Coffee and Toad channel. Encourage others to subscribe and engage with us and catch up on past episodes just in case there's anything you may have missed. All right. All right. So this is where I end the live stream. Take care and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.